You are listening to a Dynamicworksproductions podcast. This show is available on iTunes, Stitcher Radio Network, and many, many more podcast services around the world. You can find all our content, music, videos, books, podcasts, and more on our website, www.dynamicworksproductions.com. Have questions, comments, or concerns for us? Head on over to the social tab on www.dynamicworksproductions.com if you'd like to talk to us. Now, on with the show.
Well, welcome to the first ever live simulcasted recording of the Fork in Your podcast. I am your host, Nate Fu.
Wow, just no fucking words whatsoever. Man, this man's vying for my position like I'm paying him, ladies and gentlemen. What I was gonna say was good evening, ladies and gentlemen and Fork fam. Welcome to the Fork in Your Ear podcast. I'm the host, Tim K. Trotter. And on my left or right, depending on which weird-ass screen you're viewing us on.
No, on the stream, I'm on the left.
Is the one, the onlyest, the natiest of foos. Nate Fu.
Good evening.
I didn't actually get the ring down for my mic, so I apologize for this little mic bump.
Oh, this might be the first time that our audience has actually seen the ring.
Oh yeah, I guess I should hold it up to camera. This is the thing. Almost 200 fucking episodes in, that has been going on for a long time.
Right?
So we'll hold it up to camera.
Not the Halo ring that's on the other finger.
That's true. It's a different ring. But so we'll hold. Let's see if I can get this in frame. All right, there we go.
Yeah, fire.
What did we land on? No, it's like right
Earth.
between Earth. What in the Sam hell is Earth? You'd think I'd know.
Let me pull open the Discord.
Yeah, my Discord is super scrunched up because I have so many windows open, but let me unscrunchify it here, which didn't help at all. Oh, it's technology.
Is it tech?
Well, that's okay.
Okay.
That's okay, tech. Well, I have some things to talk about tech. Do you have any things to talk about with tech, Nate?
Not so much.
Fair enough. Well, my wife received her iPhone 14 the other day.
Ooh.
And it was all nice and shiny. And then, of course, her case that she ordered, which was for a 14 Plus, came in and looked demonstrably bigger. And I said, babe, you got the wrong case. She's like, but it said 14. And I said,
You see that little,
but
you see that
it
plus?
says
Yeah.
Plus. She's like, you said there was only two iPhone models this year. It's the 14 and the 14 Pro. And I was like, right, but there's a Plus and then there's a Pro Max. So
This is
she's
Apple,
like, I fucking hate
Apple
you.
branding in its fucking finest right here.
Well, and then they swiped Ultra from Samsung,
Mm-hmm.
which I found hilarious after all of these
You and
years.
me both.
Yeah, be like, oh, we're doing that now. All right, that's cool. And reviews are in by all accounts. Apple Watch Ultra is pretty fucking ultra and awesome, but not for us.
Right.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Speaking of watches, I am wearing a Series 8. as of less than 24 hours ago.
Oh, you
have
stepped
not-
up, huh?
I have not. Well, I had mentioned in the previous show we were stepping up due to some things that I'm not going to mention that the Apple Watch can do health-wise that are of benefit to people.
Okay.
We'll leave it at that. But yeah, no, I have Series 8.
You know, it
first
only
thing
works if it tells you when your wife is ovulating, not you, right?
I can tell you that's not the feature, although that will be helpful. Although it did ask me today, hey, did you want to start your period tracking? And I was like, how do you not know I'm male? I literally have to check this box when I'm doing the health check thing. So, you know. But yeah, no, I'm wearing a Series 8. I don't have a lot to say about it because I have less than 24 hours with it. It looks exactly like my Series 4.
Mm-hmm.
The screen is bigger. I had noticed that the glass is like, I don't know. I've been wearing a Series 4 since the 4 came out, and that was like 5 years ago. So I just noticed innately that the glass feels like thinner or less thick or something. Maybe. I'm not entirely sure. The back is, while way more utilitarian in terms of its health tracking stuff, from just a personal standpoint, I found that just the way the back was designed on the Series 4 to be rather beautiful. And they've eschewed that because they've thrown about 80 more sensors into the thing. And it's like, okay, I get it. we don't have time to make this thing look pretty on the back, because now there's just so many things. I tried the compass, which I didn't previously have because I had 4. Compass is cool. And I wanted to use that new backtrack feature, which was shown on the Apple Watch Ultra. Although they have a better version, I guess, because of the dual GPS thing. But there is one available for, I think, Series 6 watches and up. Literally forgot to use it today. So can't tell you how cool or not cool it is. Got nothing. Forgot to use it. Might not have even worked, considering I had a half of a bar at this wedding place that I was at earlier today. Yeah, Apple Watch Series 8 looks like the 4, but it's not.
Not at all.
That's what I've got.
Not even close. Yeah.
The biggest thing that I guess I can say that I noticed immediately is it broke all of my little Apple Watch games. And I'm like, oh. And so when you boot them, it's just a big old fat white screen with a red X in it. I was like, oh,
no.
I guess you don't work, huh? Okay.
You're like, I want it. No.
Yeah. Well, and I'm guessing it's a hardware thing because I've had the, what is it, WatchOS 9, I think I'm on, for a little while now. And those games on my watch worked fine. So it's some hardware thing, not great, or something, which sucks because there's very few Apple Watch games.
Right.
So I was like, damn, one of the good ones doesn't work. So I spent like
womp womp
$4 last night and got like 4 new games. So which are kind of cool. I gotta admit, there's a nice little Outrun clone on there, and I was like, all right, that's kind of cute.
But you're gonna play on your wrist, really?
You know what? When you forget your phone and you have a poop explosion and you got to sit on the porcelain throne for about 3 hours in the middle of the night, games on your watch, good shit.
You know, I chuckle at that, but I remember growing up, there were like almost everybody I knew in like a basket on the back of their toilet. They had one of those little like blackjack or poker games.
Oh, yeah. My toilet is not that. It's like way too close to the wall. Like super.
Oh, no, but on the back, on the tank.
Yeah. My tank is against the wall.
Ugh.
Like I can't hang shit.
No, it was just in a basket, like a little
Oh, like on top of the tank.
Yeah, on top of the tank. But everyone always had
Yeah.
like some magazine and one of those little 5-card draw poker machines, little
Mm,
digital poker things. And it's like, yeah, okay, I guess if you're in there and you're like,
sure.
playing the 311 anthem, I'll be here for a
My
while. Ain't going
my
nowhere.
favorite was the roll of toilet paper that had like, I mean, it was probably before Wikipedia, but it was like basically just like Wikipedia, just like facts.
Right.
I was like, oh yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I don't need a shit, but I want to keep going. uh, so yeah, anyway, Series 8s, I apparently fucked up on my wife's Apple Watch order, which made me upset as the person solely in charge of our technological future here in this household. Oh, vodka mule. Okay. I can switch to one of those of a different brand if you like.
No, you're good. Oh, geez.
Okay.
This is my first time
Strong?
having one of those.
Oh, yeah, they're a little sweet, the
Yeah.
Cutwater stuff. For those listening at home, I am drinking one of my customary Corona hard seltzers, watermelon, lime, new tropical fall collection. While Nate's diving into a vodka mule from what was the brand?
Cutwater. Yeah.
Yeah, Cutwater. It's pretty decent. Pretty decent. I would say they are okay if you need a
Yeah.
mix.
This is a first time trying
mix
one.
thing.
My wife brought them home from a re-bachelorette party that she went to last weekend.
A re-bachelorette?
Yeah. We'll get into that in life.
Okay.
Remind me.
All right, we will.
Yeah, she came home with a bunch of those and some Angry Orchards, and I was like, Angry Orchard? I know I like those. Vodka Mule. Do I want to try one of those? Fuck it, I'll try it.
Yeah, they're okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're okay.
I might step out and grab an Angry Orchard. Let's just say that's my review after 2 sips.
Oh, okay. Disappointing. Gotcha.
Very.
I was gonna say at Cutwater, the best cocktail in a can if you can't find Cayman Jack brand cocktails in a can. That would be what I would say.
Yeah. I had their whiskey and Coke at a Dodger game, Cutwater.
Okay.
And it was actually pretty good. So,
you know, it was funny. I specifically avoided their whiskey and Coke because I could not find for the life of me if the Coke part of it had high fructose corn syrup in it or not, because I can't have that.
Yeah, it probably does.
And I was like, well, what the fuck? At least let me know, please. But because it's alcohol, our great United States is like, nah, you can put whatever the fuck you want on the can as long as it's got the Surgeon General warning.
Right. Is it water or is it
good
Drano?
liquid nicotine? Yeah. Sure.
It's Drano.
But reeling us back into technology here, I don't have too much to say about the Apple Watch Series 8. It seems great so far.
So you didn't get the Ultra, huh?
No, and I talked about it last time. I was like, man, and I actually have looked a lot more at the Ultra, like seeing all the reviews and stuff and teardowns and whatnot. And we're on camera for the first time here on Fork, and people can't really tell, but I have like super womanly, dainty ass wrists. And a YouTuber I always bring up, Marquise Brownlee, MKHD on YouTube, was doing a review, and he has very similar wrists because he's talked about that. And he put it on, and it was like this on his wrist, and he's just like, I want this, but it literally doesn't fit me.
Yeah, I wear my father-in-law's Breitling every now and then, and it's just like, oh, it's just massive.
Yeah. So yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of part of me as he just fucking tosses a fucking cat through the camera. This is the show, folks. Yeah, it seems like there would be a lot of good reasons for me to have an Apple Watch Ultra, especially because I do already get the stainless steel, and as a lot of people have pointed out, there's only a $200 difference between my model and the Ultra.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, well, that's not that much if you're investing into a watch for, like I said, I was on a 4, I'm now on an 8.
Right.
So that's
But
4 or 5 years.
it is
right
a
there.
chunky boy.
It's a chunky boy. It's a chunky boy on purpose. And I get that purpose, but I don't think I physically have the wrist to support it without it being just super gaudy.
Right.
So, but anyway, I did, reeling back even further, I fucked up on the order of my Apple Watch for my wife.
Mm-hmm.
She was very specific because we're getting her stainless steel this time. She had an aluminum before.
Mm-hmm.
That was a mistake because my wife comes home with cuts and bruises and shit all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just like, and she pointed out to me about 2 months ago that the EKG feature of her watch doesn't work anymore because of how fucking dented and dinged and beat to shit her Apple Watch 4 is.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh. And I even tried it because I didn't believe her that the feature didn't work. And I was like, oh no, yeah, that feature not working.
Yeah, I think I've shown you pictures of my my glass on my watch. It's pretty fucking hammered.
Yeah, so I've known from experience, having had several Apple Watches, I gotta go stainless and I gotta go sapphire crystal just for my day job, and that's done super for me. So we had to make sure he's given me a finger, not the bad finger, folks, those listening at home. He's apparently kicked the cat out of the room, which makes total sense to me. Yeah.
He started sticking his head up the leg of my shorts. I said, no, we're not doing this.
Gross.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I fucked up on the order because I had ordered her, because she had told me, right, that she had the smaller Apple Watch.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so I was like, okay, so I need to get her the 41 millimeter watch.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm on my 4 was a 44 and this one's a 45. So it's
right. I think this is a 44.
Tiny bit bigger. And so when the watch came and we pulled it out and we put the bands that are universal in and do indeed technically clip in, there was that many millimeters sticking out the side because
right.
she did have the 44 and not the 41. And then she was mad about it for about 15 minutes and then she put it on and then she was like, I think actually I should have always had the smaller one because I feel like maybe the other one's just a tiny bit too big for me. And maybe I will catch this less on the dangerous machinery she works at insert secret thing here that I can't talk about on the show where my wife works. So now she's happy and she thinks it's cute. And I'm like, all right, I skated by that one. So the only thing that I'm actually excited to check out is the temperature sensor, but apparently you can't check the temperature sensor until you've slept with your watch for the first 5 days because of the dual temperature sensor, because it needs to understand your basal
right yeah
temperature. And for those who are thinking of the ingredient and or seasoning, basil, I don't know why it's called basil, but that's probably what it says.
Yeah, it's
in
probably
the
the scientist that came up with the.
Yeah, maybe Mr. Basil, the scientist.
But hey, with anything, even with my wife, really didn't get the temperature of everything until I slept with her 5 times.
Damn. Okay. Fair enough. You heard it here first. Nate,
the spicy basil take.
Nate's already an ancient fossil. Of course, he was the first Apple Watch. So, Jesus Christ. We're barely into the show. It's gonna be a time. So no, basil, I guess, is apparently your sleep/resting temperature. And apparently it's way the fuck colder than your awake temperature. I did not know that because
Yeah, you did. Every time your wife backed the ice truck into you.
when would that be? My wife's a heater.
Oh, is she? Oh,
I want
mine's got pushes the icy cold butt into me.
nope. Nope, nope. So we have the room with all the ACs and fan on.
Mhm.
So I'm fucking cold. Meanwhile, she's like fucking God damn it, I can't think of the name. Fucking the planet that fucking Darth Vader's castle's on. She's like fucking Mustafar over there. like it's a time. Good in the winter though.
Right.
Terror.
See, that's the worst for me because I'm the one that runs warm. So in the winter, it's
Right.
even icier, and it's just like you're the hot rock in the bed.
Fair enough. Yeah, so we'll know in 5 days what's going on with the temperature thing, which I guess is that's all right. I did, and this is what I fell asleep reading last night because I couldn't sleep. I got curious as to what specific improvements were done with the CPU in this year's watch, because it's been something I read it every year and then it goes in one ear and out the other for the most part, because I don't actually have the product, so I read a lot, but if I don't actually have the thing,
Mhm.
like I can know a lot of miscellaneous extraneous stuff, but now that I have one, I want to know what fucking chips in it. And so I had to dig back on the Wayback Machine called Wikipedia and and determined that my old Apple Watch Series 4 was basically, so I guess the quick rundown would be the original Apple Watch was basically, for all intents and purposes, a miniaturized iPhone 4 chip.
Mhm.
Like super duper miniaturized, except it was single core 32-bit.
Okay.
And then the immediate watch after that, they jumped to dual core 64-bit. Then in the Series 4, they basically had a miniaturized A10 family chip. And then the current Apple Watch basically has the same thing as an iPhone XS miniaturized CPU. Whereas instead of the high performance and energy efficient cores, basically the watch has exclusively energy efficient cores, which makes total fucking sense since it's got an itty bitty like 400 milliamp plus amp hour battery.
Mhm.
So I had no idea actually that the watches had already moved into the 64-bit realm like a while ago. I was just like, okay, makes sense. Sure, why not? So, and they moved all the way from the original Apple Watch, which is a fucking 32 nanometer chip, which I was like, oh damn, how did they get it in there?
Right.
And now they're all the way up to a 7 nanometer on watches, which is interesting because obviously they have smaller in their phones and Macs. But yeah. So yeah, nothing else too much to report there. I set up for iPhone 14. It looks a lot like my iPhone 13 Pro, except in aluminum and less cameras, which is not surprising because that's basically what occurred with this year's
Right.
stuff. Yeah, I'd say probably a bigger change was we're running on the new iOS 16 now, which, as you can tell, Fork Fam, they've now set it so we've had focuses on our phones for a while, which is basically you set a time parameter and it changes notifications and stuff. I'm sure Android's had it for years. So yeah, I threw you a bone, Nate. It's okay. But yeah, no. So I've got stuff like I've got one for podcasting now, and I can't because it doesn't. So hopefully all the notifications from here on will be silent. So that's cool.
Nice.
And
so it just
it
automatically
actually,
sets itself to mute so you don't get interrupted during podcasts.
correct.
Nice.
And
I'll
I
have to
took it
talk
one
to you
step
about that because
further.
I did update my own old iPhone 11, my company
Okay.
given one.
Yeah.
to 16, and the only thing
Mhm.
I noticed was the font on my lock screen got really fucking big,
Yeah, because you can change it now.
but I don't know where to change it.
So you touch and hold the lock screen like you'd move an app,
Right, I did that,
and
and
then
it was
a
like,
bunch of
do you
shit
want
pops
different
out.
wallpapers? It didn't give me all
Mm.
those options. I'm like, I'm confused on this. So yeah, I'm gonna have to
So
look into it more.
a weird fucking thing that I'll say is weird for all Apple users, because everybody's fucking done it now that we're on iOS 16, is it kept the original wallpapers that you had set up. However, if you wanted to change any goddamn thing about that, you had to reset your wallpaper. What?
Okay.
What? And that confuddled me, because I had the same wallpaper on my phone for the last like 5 years,
Yeah,
and I was like,
it's a picture
I
of my
don't
face.
know
Why would
where
you want to
this
get rid of that?
is on my photo roll. Like, where is that? I don't know. Do you, iPhone? Because you clearly don't. um. So yeah, iOS 16, a lot of good stuff, and with any OS upgrade, a few bugs and snags here and there.
Mm-hmm.
Did you hear about this wild one? I had to pull up a video of it because it didn't happen to my wife's phone. I checked, but apparently there was a bug. It's since been patched, where the ultra wide angle lens, which all iPhones have now, they had a magneto image stabilized, basically magnets to stabilize the image of the camera, which pro phones have had for years, but now everybody's getting it. And apparently when you went to open the photo app, it would buzz loudly, like like you can see this on TikTok and shit, and people are like, what the fuck? And I'm like, is this shit defective, and caused the whole thing. Anyway, Apple patched it a week and a half later. I guess somehow one piece of code that controlled the voltage to the magnets fucked up, so it was super stabilized. And by that I mean not at all.
If you call an earthquake stable, then yes.
Yeah, it was super bad. Like, there's a ton of stuff, you can Google it. I just found it hilarious because I was like, man, that
But
that
what's nice is like it gives you an insight to the technology behind the hardware stabilization.
Yeah,
right?
I had no idea that they were running voltage to magnets for magnetic image stabilization, and like, you don't think about that stuff, and I don't even think about that stuff, and I watch iFixit teardowns and shit like a fucking nerd, you know. Like, I love
But it's
my
all
tech
encapsulated
porn.
into the sensor, so why would you think that? Because they don't tear it down to that level.
You're right. Well, some of the places that I do watch stuff, they do, but those teardowns will be like 4 months out,
Right,
at best, you know, for crazy
and
shit.
even that, once they get it open, it's like, oh, this thing is sitting here floating on something. Like, you don't see it in action.
Sure, exactly. So some other cool quality of life stuff that came with iOS 16. They finally, after years and years of way back in like iPhone 3 or some shit, there was like a contacts duplication problem. And so I had 1,600 additional duplicates of like everybody. And finally, all these fucking years later, because that was a long time ago, they added a auto merge, and get rid of duplicate contacts feature. And I don't know what Android has or doesn't have in that regard.
We have a merge. It's kind of janky as well. I've had that issue before.
They've
where
had
deleted,
a manual merge.
Like, I've upgraded phones, and I'm like, I don't talk to this person anymore. I haven't talked to them since I had my first Android phone. Delete.
Yeah.
And they were gone from my second phone, my third phone. Suddenly showed back up on my fourth phone.
Cool. Good times.
Because somewhere along the way, it linked to either a Samsung account, an HTC account, an Android account, or a Facebook account, and it re-imported all that data.
Yeah. Well, and remember, if you're old enough, kids, of which me and Nate definitely are, your contacts were stored on your fucking SIM card. I said both of us. Fuck you.
You said Nate definitely is.
Oh, I guess I did say that. Well, you know. Anyways, contacts used to be on SIM cards. Those things that they got rid of with the iPhone 14, which I was like, oh, damn, good job. It's about time. Thank God.
Which I've heard
Nobody
that's
needs
kind
that
of an
piece shit.
issue. We haven't figured out the whole logistics on the international SIM or the what do they call that? The temporary SIM. If you travel abroad,
I don't know what it's called. I would have to ask my friend Jay, who has
Yeah.
traveled
eSIMs.
abroad
Yeah, the
a lot.
eSIM.
Yeah, I don't know. And there's an interesting thing on the teardown of the iPhone 14s because the slot doesn't exist
Mhm.
on the US model. And it is actually just an empty piece of space in the phone. And everybody's like, what the fuck? And then, of course, technologists were like, well, it's not cleared in the European Union and
Right.
everywhere else the iPhone's stored. So it doesn't really make sense for them to change the board design.
Right.
For
Just
everybody.
just in case they have to put it back in for some people.
Yeah, exactly. And I was like, oh, I get that from a manufacturing standpoint. Sure.
I mean, like, I get it to a certain extent, but I don't understand why you would eliminate it
Mm-hmm.
when it's,
I mean,
like, it's something that could be an issue. Like, to a certain extent, I understand getting rid of SD expansion.
I mean,
I don't agree with it.
I think of it this way: the tech for these SIM cards haven't changed. The card size changed.
The requirement for SIM
But it's
cards
still-
is bullshit.
It's just but it's just hogging up space.
Yeah.
You could take that space for another extra hour battery.
Yeah. I mean,
and I would
the reason
user,
to
I'd
have
much rather
SIM
have that.
cards was always for carrier isolation, right? Or region isolation. You can only have our phone if you can fit this card in, or you can only have our phone if this SIM card is in it, right? Even the unlocked phones. It's like, well, it's an unlocked phone. If you put your T-Mobile card in it, it'll work on T-Mobile. It didn't work on AT&T. It didn't work on anything else. So
Yeah, true. You couldn't swap them around back in the old days.
Yeah.
A little easier now.
much.
That's for sure. Yeah, so I'd say overall iOS 16 is pretty polished. It's less buggy than iOS 15 was this time last year, which is great.
Yeah. I don't see any difference on my end.
There's some weird, like, not usable glitches, but like I will see like some like weird graphics glitching from time to time. Like just like an icon, like just wigging the fuck out, like a video game that's trying to load something.
Okay.
And I'm just like, huh. It's like I know that I didn't get the Cyberpunk update for this phone, but you're sure doing a good job. So yeah, so that's interesting there. For those curious, HomePod got iOS 16 as well as Apple TV. Very fucking few changes there. Just general ass quality of life improvements, which is par for the course for those devices.
No dynamic island.
Oh my god, fucking dynamic. So here's the weird thing about that. We all shit on it last podcast. Apparently,
I didn't shit on it. I laughed at it.
I did.
Yeah.
I did. I'm everyone. I shit on
Okay.
it. According to like all the reviewers that I've watched, everybody's like, I hate it. I hate the name. And then 4 days later, it's fucking dope.
All right.
So much so that there's a very popular app in the Android store that you too can have a dynamic island with or without a punch hole
Right.
camera on your Android
It
device.
seems from what I've seen of the reviews, like the dynamic island, it appeased a necessity to have the camera where it was.
Sure.
And
very Apple thing to do.
It's going to live or die by the implementation of software integration with it, because apparently a lot of people like, okay, so you can move your media player up into it, right? But you can't actually control the media. If you click on the media in your dynamic island, it actually opens the app. Doesn't let you actually skip to next track.
I mean, I've seen them control the media, so I'm not sure what you're referencing.
The Apple Media Player does.
Yeah,
but
I've heard
like
it with
Spotify doesn't.
Yeah. That's the exact complaint that I've heard is like Spotify doesn't support this yet because they don't have the APIs for it yet.
So that's where it's going to live or die, is in the API. If people can adopt it and actually do something with it. This is something I dealt with Samsung for a long time when we had our Edge screen and the Edge widgets. Like, it's a wonderful idea in concept, but nobody ever adopted. Like I should have been able to swipe in from the left my Facebook feed or whatever feed,
Yeah.
and because it didn't have an adoption rate, everyone just went, why are we going to waste the man hours to do this? So
Well,
this is where Dynamic Island currently sits. Is it's there, the APIs are there. Now it's a matter of whether people want to make it usable. And then the other issue I've seen was prioritization. Like certain things take priority over others. Like if a music is playing and a phone call comes in, the phone call takes precedent over
sure.
your music player.
I mean,
But what if
it
you have
should.
a sports app that gives you sports scores? Does that take precedent over your music player? Does the music player take precedence over that? Do your text messages take precedent? Right.
Well, a simple solution would obviously be to set priority.
Right.
But
they did that on Android.
Available in
they
iPhone.
did that on Android, and everyone said all of my notifications are high priority, which defeated and negated the fact that we had prioritized notifications.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
So
it goes. My long-term Apple fanboyism and thought process is Dynamic Island is here so that when all the iPhones get this punch hole cutout camera next year, it's all good and cleaned and polished and ready for everybody. And then also for when they eventually, because obviously they're moving that way, and I'm sure they want to, but they can't quite get there with the quality that Apple demands or whatever, to have the completely transparent screen. So this is a stopgap.
Yeah, I mean, it could either succeed or it could die as glorious as the Touch Bar.
Yeah, it's hard to say because like I am actually a big fan of the Touch Bar.
You and the other 17 people in the world.
I would say 17,000 people because anybody who uses Logic be like, that Touch Bar kind of fucking useful for the specific app for scrubbing and for
and again, therein lies what I said earlier. If you actually build into it and make it usable.
Yeah, for sure. All right, I think did we actually isn't there other stuff in technology?
Nope.
I mean, there's a TikTok thing again.
TikTok won't commit to stopping U.S. data flows to China. Big shocker.
What else is new? Just another reminder, kids. Don't fucking be on TikTok or link any of your data or account shit to it.
Right.
Well, don't be our wives.
Or if you do, don't get all butthurt about it. So that's the big thing. Don't be an activist or about being my data is being stolen on TikTok when you're actively sending your data. There's tons of apps we all use every day. Like remember back in the day the Reface app.
Where I have that.
Yeah, you have that. It sends all your data to China.
Yeah, that's why I stopped using it.
Right.
But I didn't know that at the time.
Right. So so it goes.
Yeah. Yep. So classic. Are we ready to spin?
We are ready to spin.
All right, I gotta. Oh shit! Fuck. I'm trying to get this close to the fucking screen. I'm not used to doing it this way. I feel like
you don't need to do it close to the screen. Don't be.
I'm doing it close to the screen. If we're going live, I want people to see this shit.
Yeah. Then get a better camera.
Where's that? Well, if it would autofocus correctly.
Video games.
Oh my god. Okay. Why don't you go first, Dave? I've been doing some video games.
Well, good, because I haven't.
Oh, none at all?
None at all. I haven't even kept up with my Destiny story this week.
Fuck. Okay, so I have a dumb question about a person who's recently gotten back into Destiny, and that person's me. I have no fucking idea how to do these weekly story things. Like, I've read them all on Reddit now, and I'm just like, I don't know where the fuck to go to have these people redo where, what, why.
Right. And this is inherently the problem with Destiny is if you don't keep up with the story,
shit sucks a fucking ass.
Destiny is great about, like, if you go to your director, there are little flags that say, these are the things you need to do this week.
Is it really that great though? Because I find that it's not. I find that I have to use an app called D2 Optimizer to help me with that.
It is if you've kept up with everything and if you're a dedicated diehard player. Because when I log in, basically every planet and every node has a little flag next to it that says you need to do something here or someone needs to talk to you here.
Mm-hmm.
And for a new player or a returning player that hasn't played in a while, that is daunting as fuck.
Well, and you know what else is really irritating? So I'm a big fan of the Wither Horde, right? For those who don't play Destiny, it is a grenade launcher
that launches a pea puddle that destroys everything.
This pool of damage over time stuff.
It is very effective.
Amazing. It's my favorite gun in Destiny. And also why I stopped playing Destiny when they took it out for no reason to punish the PvE players because PvP was broken as it always has been.
You're not wrong.
So I never knew about these catalyst things with exotics. I had to have it explained to me this week that it's an extra little dingle-dongy that you can put into your weapon and it makes it way the fuck better. And I was like, oh, how do I get said dingle-dongy?
Oh,
and
it's
that was
RNG.
The most ludicrous fucking piece of shit.
Some of them are even to acquire them. To acquire a catalyst, sometimes it's just play Crucible and it'll eventually drop. Some of them are very specific. Some of them are absolutely random.
Sure. So I already had the catalyst for Wither Horde. Didn't know that. What would have been nice as a returning player is if I can look at the catalyst slot and the fucking quest for the catalyst is there or linked to it.
No, it's in the gun under a sub menu.
No, it's not.
No.
And that's my complaint. So I had to go through my quests, and then I'm getting chatted at by my PlayStation boys. And I'm just like, what quest is it? And they're like, oh, it should be like the bank job, I think is the name of it or something. And I was like, okay, what am I looking for? What's it called? How do I find that? Because I have like fucking 5 pages of quests, right? And I was just like, what am I fucking doing? Spending this time having to have somebody guide me to this thing when it should be like, you have the quest for the catalyst on your little box in the weapon description.
Right.
Here's your steps. Like
up front and center.
Fucking frustrating. Anyways. So yeah. So you haven't been playing Destiny?
I haven't had time for diddly squat this week. The last 2 weeks, I should say.
Yeah, well, okay. So I'm going to get into the games that I've played, and then we'll get into the news, because there's quite a fair bit of news.
There is a fair bit of news.
There was multiple press conferences. There was the biggest video game leak of all fucking time occurred. There was fucking Tokyo Game Show that had a lot of announcements.
Right.
Where's my fucking list of games? I wrote it down in here so that I wouldn't forget. Trying to find it in the Discord. So anyways, because I believe we've been 2 weeks ago. So the following Sunday after actually the day the show went live. So I finally beat Xenoblade Chronicles 3. Been dragging my feet. This is also a shout out to a new member of our Discord and Fork fam, Sean Mason, who's a JRPG lover. And we bonded another Discord over our mutual love of Xenoblade and his impeccable JRPG recommendations.
Are you cheating on me, Tim?
You know, I might. Don't tempt me.
I'm just saying, Sean, if you want to commit to every other week with this guy.
All I'm saying, Sean, is I do like to do spoiler casts, and you're the only other fucking person I know that has played and beat Xenoblade Chronicles 3. That's all I'm saying. the invite's out there. It's in the ether. What you do with it is up to you. But no,
all I'm saying is it's 1 o'clock in the morning for Sean right
now. Yeah, well.
So good luck doing this podcast at this hour with him.
You don't know.
You ain't getting rid of me. You ain't getting rid of me.
He's a night owl. I don't know. It's fine. Gotta keep making you fight for your spot if you're gonna introduce yourself as a fucking host. No, so I beat Xenoblade Chronicles 3. I've been dragging my feet because of a thing that pissed me off and made me put the game down. Turns out that was for naught, because the ending was fucking wonderful, as I knew it maybe could have been.
Did it scratch all the itches?
It scratched all the issues. I cried. The credits rolled, and I was like, well, I am now devastated. What do I do with my life now? Okay.
Go back to Elden Ring?
No. Like the itch that Xenoblade Chronicles 3 scratches is so fucking specific. And I'm like, what am I need something to scratch this itch. Yeah, I know something I was asking around and stuff. And Sean Mason's suggestions, and I haven't gotten to them yet, which I do feel kind of bad about. But Sean Mason's suggestions were the Tales of Arise series. Apparently is very Xenoblade-y and is very good. And this game series I had literally no fucking clue existed. And the only reason I even know about it is because it had a trailer in the Nintendo Direct, which was another thing that we'll talk about. But it's a game series called Ulterior. I'm gonna butcher this fucking name. I'm sorry, folks, and I'm sorry, Sean. Ulterior Ryza. Then insert number, semicolon, and then long ass verbose thing here. So the third game was just announced for Nintendo Switch and PlayStation. And there's 2 other games, and they're on Nintendo Switch. And they look lovely. I haven't checked them out yet, because I'll have to commit to buying one of them.
Oh no!
But apparently this game series has been running since 1997, and there's 20 fucking titles. And I was like, how have I never heard about this series that has this many fucking games in it? Like, there's a fuckload of them, like going back to PS1. And I was like, what the fuck? And as far as I know, they all came stateside. So I was like, damn. They were flying under the radar harder than a fucking Harvest Moon game. I was like, holy shit. Yeah, so I'm interested in that. I'm probably going to check out one of them. Debating on whether or not I'm going to jump into, I guess you can jump into the Ulterior Ryza games, because there's a girl named Ryza, and you can pick up from there, and you don't need to play any of the past 20 fucking games, because they're kind of loosely connected or something like that.
Okay.
So I've been thinking about playing one of those, and I picked up there's a demo for one of the Tales games. I'm gonna check it out on Xbox. And so what I ended up doing was I made a Wheel of Fortune wheel of games, and I spun it, and I did it on stream, and I was like, all right, I'm gonna do 30 minutes on each thing, and whichever one I don't want to put down after 30 minutes is the one we're going with.
I saw that.
Yeah.
I saw the one you were most excited about. I was actually very surprised.
Oh, the one that I played and beat that day into the night at 2 a.m. for going work. Yeah. So for starters, I played a demo for Wulong, which is a game that just got announced at Tokyo Game Show. That's from Team Ninja, and it's very Elden Ringy, for lack of a better term. And it wasn't bad. It was a demo. It's jank. It's coming out next year, so it was buggy. And about every 4 minutes, the Xbox said, "This app has encountered an error and will close," but didn't close and let me kept playing. So it's great. But it wasn't bad. And I think, another, I don't know when it's coming out next year, another year of polish or something like that. It could be really good. The one thing that I'd say Wulong has going for it in the Soulsborne category, of which it clearly is that type of game, is it has this like crazy alt history. I'm not sure whether it was Japanese or Chinese mythology type thing going on. Not sure. But they had like a lot of like summon NPC character things going on for it.
Interesting.
And for those who know me and my gaming tastes, you give me some summons, necromancer, that kind of stuff. I like summoning things, and I like sending them to go kill things. And this had that in spades, which I didn't expect because I didn't see it in any of the trailers. I played a game called Superliminal, which had been on my shortlist for a long time. It's a little indie game in vein of the Portal series of first-person walking simulator puzzles. Except, and this is going to be a hard one to wrap your mind around. Even though I'm on video here with Nate and live on Twitch. So basically, it's first person, and you can pick up objects. But based on your perspective of picking them up in reference to frame of camera and other things in the environment, if you drop them or repick them up again, they may be way the fuck bigger in the actual environment than they were a moment ago based on your perspective and moving it in 3D space. Does that make sense to you, Nate?
It makes a lot of sense and no sense at the same time.
Okay, yeah. It's a mind fuck, that's for sure. So, it'd be things like you're in a blank ass room and there's a doorway, but it's high above, and you have a piece of wedge cheese that's, itty bitty. And you pick it up and you're holding it close to your camera, and then you move towards the wall.
Right.
And then you drop the cheese, but the cheese is suddenly gigantic. Right. So then you can walk up the ramp and get through the fucking door.
Gotcha.
I have the conundrum of it was on my wheel of 30 minutes and stuff of I was enjoying myself, but I also simultaneously had to Google a guide 15 minutes into playing the thing, because I was like, how in the Sam fuck do I get through this puzzle? Portal had the tagline of thinking with portals. Superliminal, I don't know. I'm probably going to go back to it. I saw on timetobeat.com that it's only an hour and a half game, so I was obviously pretty reasonably far into it. It's on Game Pass, and it's kind of cute if you like a good time. Prior to that, I must say, and I put it later on the list, me and the wife started another choose your own adventure horror game. We played Dark Pictures anthology House of Ashes, which was fucking fantastic. We didn't beat it.
Okay.
I would say, honestly, it's the strongest of the Dark Pictures anthology games so far. The setup is really juicy. And for those old gamers out there, hella Eternal Darkness, Sanity's Requiem vibes in the best possible way. And I don't say that lightly because that's one of my favorite horror games. So it's good. It's good.
It's good.
But basically, the story premise in this one is it takes place during an Iraq war, or during the Iraq war, because it's time period set. And so
I was going to say, an Iraq war? Are you forecasting? Bong.
I'm we don't do politics and stuff. I'm just saying where the fucking game took place. Jesus Christ. But yeah, so it was for starters, I've played these games with my wife, and we've just always passed our controller to each other. This game actually had a feature where we could have multiple controllers and like our profiles, and you select different characters, and we're like, oh, because you play like 8 different characters in the game, and that's usually how the other games go too. But this one was like, player 1, pick your 4 people, and I was like, I don't know anything about this story. I'm gonna pick this dude, and I guess this chick, and this dude, and it played out so fucking beautifully. So I picked, um, like this like Marine chick who was running some division in Iraq, and then she picked a dude who ended up being her husband, but they were like, you find all this out in the first 10 minutes, so this isn't a huge spoil. But we didn't know going in, so it was a huge surprise. We're like, oh shit, like as us being actual husband and wife, we're like, oh, that's cool. And then we find out 2 seconds after that, oh, he's cheating on her, or no, she's cheating on him. And I was like, oh. And then I was like, oh, I'm playing the person who's cheating on her. And then she's like, you better make them break up. And I was like, oh no, I'm gonna make them go all the way, babe. And she's like, well, we'll see if your fucking character survives. So it was a really good time, actually. And the fact that the game, because before we'd pause the game and we'd pass the controller and stuff whenever a huge scene change or a chapter occurred, or if it switched characters. And this game is just like, oh, we understand our audience. Pause, player 2, your turn. And we're like, oh shit. So it was really good. We were having a really fucking good time with that. And what I imagine we'll probably finish it next weekend. So House of Ashes. Fantastic.
House of Ashes. Okay.
So far. Oh yeah, and then the supernatural thing, because it's a horror game, is Iraq War. You're playing as mostly American people, also playing as some Iraqis, and a fucking earthquake happens, and they fall into like an old like, it's not Egyptian, it's like a different culture thing from like 1,000 years ago or some shit, and there's like basically like underground horrors and shit, and you're in like this crazy like Indiana Jones-ish like old but realistic temple type shit, like underground, and it's great. It's great. So playing that, and then I would also be remiss if I didn't say I was playing Horizon Chase 2, which I believe I mentioned was about to come out. It's a sequel to a very fantastic racing game, Horizon Chase, that's on all consoles, that's made in the style of Top Gear meets Outrun.
Okay.
Including so far as to have the actual composer from Top Gear in it. Fantastic racing game.
You had mentioned something to me a while back that you had gotten the Hot Wheels expansion to.
Fuck, I haven't touched it.
Oh, man. Okay.
I'm mad about it. I haven't touched it. I got nothing.
I want to know.
I picked it up because it was like 30% off or some shit.
Yeah,
and I was like,
I saw that you picked it up, and when I went to
I know.
Yeah. When I went to look at it, the sale had already ended.
Yeah. Well,
so
that's one of the reasons why I picked it up. I think I had like 5 hours left or something.
Yeah.
Huh.
Bummer. Next episode, you have homework. I'm giving you homework, Tim.
Okay, well, come fucking play it with me then. Jesus.
I don't have the expansion. I'm not going to buy it on a lark.
And anyways, Horizon Chase 2, unfortunately Apple Arcade exclusive, but if you have it, good God, that's an amazing racer. Like, it's that kind of racer where you put it on and you're playing it, and it is 3 hours later, and your wife is asleep already, and you're like, oh, I lost track of time. This game's good.
It's one of those, just one more match, just one more save point.
Yeah. And then I'm also playing on Apple Arcade Kingdom's Rush Vengeance. And for those who don't know, Kingdom's Rush is actually a long-running series of games, and it is, if you look at any screenshot, it will appear as though it is a tower defense game. It looks like a tower defense game, but it's actually an RTS. Like, there are pathways, but with each tower, they basically have a sphere, and you can RTS in that sphere with the unit that tower produces. So I guess it's a little bit of a hybrid of both.
Okay.
But on iPads and mobile, that limitation, not being quite a full RTS, not being a lazy tower defense game, makes it perfect if you want some RTS action. And this puts a spin on the franchise. There's been like 3 Kingdom Rush games so far. Vengeance, you play as the bad guy, who I guess after getting defeated in the last game wakes up and the good guys have turned his evil Tower of Doom into like a fucking casino and are profiting off of him. So he's like, fuck that, and starts to go kill all the good guys. So that's a cute spin. Fantastic games. But all of that is a lead up to the game that stuck my spinning wheel for 30 minutes, which was a game that popped onto my radar because somebody had mentioned, somebody finally stole Nintendo's design documents for Pikmin and made a different Pikmin game.
Mm-hmm.
And that game is Tinykin, available right now on Game Pass, PC, and Xbox. And I believe there's demos. It's on every platform. It's on Switch. It's on.
I've actually heard lots of good things about this one.
I played and beat it in about 9 hours.
Okay.
It is, to me, a pretty fucking perfect game. Like, damn. It combines the style of Pikmin that Shigeru Miyamoto invented.
Now, what is the Pikmin style?
So Pikmin is a RTS. I'm trying to think of how to describe it. It's an RTS where you are controlling things from a specific hero on the ground.
Okay.
Controlling other smaller things to go punch and beat up big things and or take things back to your little spaceship base.
Okay.
That's how Pikmin specifically plays. And so there's an aspect of RTS to it. There's an aspect of combat to Pikmin. There's an aspect of growing because you grow the Pikmin in the ground and you feed them stuff and you bring back food and you give them stuff so that they grow more powerful. Mm-hmm. That's how Pikmin works. Tinykin takes the RTS aspects and the like grabbing big things aspects and putting them in the environment to solve puzzles. Removes the combat. There's no combat whatsoever in this game.
Okay.
And then melds it with a classic collect shit platformer. That's the gameplay style of Tinykin. But Tinykin does it in a way that is Honey, I Shrunk the Kids meets Invader Zim meets this really odd, I never expected to encounter this weird socio-political politics of factions of like there's like these different bugs in each room. They've all got their own like fucking political agendas and like agency between the different things. And I was like, what the fuck is this rather mature story wrapped in this Saturday morning cartoon looking ass thing? Like it is some of it's pretty like serious and dark, even though it's like an E10 game. So it's got that kind of like you could play it with your kids and everybody would be fine, and then the adults would be like, "Oh damn,
right?
All right, cool." That okay, kind of thing going for it. It's really well written, which is odd to say because when you look at the game, you're like, "This looks like a fun game," and then it's like, "Wait, the writing is good? What?" Like what's that about?
Something that's been missing for a while.
Yeah. So to clarify to people who haven't played Pikmin or Tinykin, a gameplay aspect that I forgot to mention for those on the fence, an aspect of Pikmin is that you have different colored Pikmin, these little carrot-looking creatures, and each color does a different like function. So like red Pikmin are good at fighting and they're impervious to fire, but they drown instantly in water. That kind of thing. You got blue Pikmin, they're good in water. You got yellow Pikmin that are lighter, so you can throw them up higher. They conduct electricity, and then later they keep introducing different colors of Pikmin. Tinykin has that same aspect. You've got these little things called Tinykins, which are just like, I don't know, they're just like little brown mites with faces and feet, basically. And you get them like by the hundreds. Like you get like a shitload of them, which is good because some of them you murder as gameplay. So
They're fodder, basically.
Each time you meet these Tinykin, you get this beautifully hand-drawn animated like cutscene to meet them. And like so like the first Tinykins you get are super basic and they can just like pick up and move things, right? You get like 20 of them. Like so for example, like I'll show on screen here, you've got a can, but your Honey I Shrunk the Kid's small, so this is giant. So it's like, okay, you command them to go over to this and like pick it up, and then you'll get like a slash bar and be like, oh, you need 20 Tinykin,
right,
to pick this up and do something with it. You know, you don't have that.
You must construct additional pylons.
Exactly. Except in this one, you don't grow them. You have to platform around and find them in these little gumdrops, and then they just turn into Tinykins or something. So there's an element of, oh, I need to go explore the level so I can get my things so I can complete the level, which is really cool. Like, it's a very Nintendo-esque concept, actually. And honestly, skipping ahead a little bit, Pikmin 4 was announced this week, which is funny because it's only been like a decade since the last Pikmin game. And I was like, man, I hope they're paying attention to Tinykin and they steal the good shit that Tinykin does,
right,
and just add it to Pikmin, because it's so Nintendo-esque already. Like, yo, get up on this train. And what's interesting is the dev team is 14 people. They're out of France, but they're made up of like crazy talented industry veterans, from like dudes who worked on Portal 2 to people who were working at Ubisoft a couple years ago on the main Assassin's Creed games. Like, they have some serious talent. And then the art was done by one of the artists who did used to work at Ubisoft, specifically in their UbiArt games. For those who don't know, they basically made a game engine that was really good at 2D games and 2D animation. Look at Rayman Legends and God, what's the other Rayman Origins, as an example of both that dude's work, and like it's super like looks like the Saturday morning cartoon you wish you could play. So yeah, like the dev team's like super talented, 14 people. The score is orchestrated and beautiful and like wonderful, and just like there's this sense of like really coolness in exploring the world with like all these tiny things, like, and you get these like different like objectives to do. Like, one of the things in the first room, which is like a living room area, is the TV's broken, and there's like this beetle bug thing that's like trying to propose to his wife, but he was trying to fix the TV, so the ring fell down into the slats because it's like an old ass CRT. For those who don't know, cathode ray tube, so big ass TV, and it fell down. So you got to get like a screw. You got to get the Tinykins to grab a screw so you can go through the little fucking hatch in the back, and you're climbing around inside the TV to fix the TV and bring this dude the ring back. Like, you're doing that kind of shit. And it's fucking.
And you beat this in 9 hours?
Yeah.
Okay.
That might not be for everybody, since, I consider myself pretty good at platformers. And for me, who's played all the Pikmin games and loves them, I was like, oh, I get that aspect of this game 100%. You don't need to tell me shit.
Okay.
Oh, I need this color Tinykin to do this thing, on it. Like, what I didn't expect was the Tinykin murder, since there is no there's no enemies in the game, which was surprising. I was expecting at some point, like, all right, a big thing's gonna come, they're gonna murder my dudes. Didn't happen. But there's tinykins and they like explode and then they're dead. So you just suicide bomb them into things. And then you kind of feel sad about it.
Like straight up lemming shit. Oh no.
Yeah, it really is. But yeah, no, that was on my wheel, and I played 30 minutes, and then the timer went off, and I snoozed it, and then about 10 minutes after that, I was like, guys, stream, I only want to play this game now. I'm just gonna reset the stream. We're gonna retitle it Tinykin, and I'm just gonna play this fucking game because this is perfect and everything I didn't know I was looking for right now. But it's a fantastic fucking game. Like I can't stress enough. Just like it's not just all those elements. Like the level of polish in playing this game is like, oh, the frame rate's perfect. Oh, the controls are perfect. Oh, the fucking camera controls don't catch on objects and works the way that I feel it should work as a gamer every time. Oh, they thought of everything. So yeah, it's Tinykin is literally on my short list for game of the year. Like it's that good, kids. It's fantastic. It's just a fucking joy to play. I don't know what else to say. Like platforming's perfect. The collectathon stuff from an average platformer is like just enough not to be like insane like some of the old 90s games were. We're just like, oh, it's insert platformer version 805. We gotta have 8 billion things to collect,
Right.
no reason. It's like you have like 3 things to collect in the levels basically, and it's like, oh, cool, right on. The worlds are super clever. There's like a living room. There's a bathroom that like has like 2 like divided worlds within itself because the insects are like at war with each other, but like not like a killing war, like a war of like ideals and politics and shit. I was like, what the fuck? Because the other insects shit on them because ironically and humorously the people who run, or the bugs who run the bathroom world are dung beetles. Right?
Because why not?
It's like, yeah, and it's just like, man, they like this game is just so well fucking thought out. Like every aspect of it is fantastic. The only thing that's wrong with it is that it ends. And I wish there was more. I do wish there was combat. And I wish it had like a full co-op mode with it. Like it would be awesome as a co-op mode, just 2 people and you got your things, running around grabbing stuff, solving weird bugs, interpolitical problems, and grabbing stuff. It's just a great time. Like it's a fantastic game. Highly recommend. If you're into Pikmin, if you're into like I said, it's in the vein of Invader Zim in terms of both its art style and its humor. Or if you just want a platforming game as well, like it's, like it's one of the best platforming games I've played, and it's from this totally new IP, and that's like saying a lot. It like on the surface it looks like a game that could be like one of those ill-fated second party games from back in the day. Sure. Where it was like, oh, it's Sphinx and he's collecting mummy gold and he's jumping,
right,
and that's a game that they made 5 of or something.
Yeah, basic Mario platformers.
It has a little bit of it has a little bit of that to it, but when you play it, it's like, oh no, this is classy. So yeah, a lot to say on that one. So yeah, Tinykin. It's Game Pass PC. Download it, play it. Thank me later.
I saw it on my Game Pass.
Yeah, like it'd be a great one for you to play with your kids because like the
That was
Tinykins
my
have
question.
like personality and stuff, and you like throw one and they're like wee ha ha or whatever, and like there's like some other Tinykin and you like chain them together because they conduct electricity in like a line, and they're like super happy about being electrified. They're really into it.
Wow. Okay. I don't know that I want to introduce my kids into BDSM.
I mean, it's not like that. It's really not.
Okay.
But, in audio and video, apparently we make it super sexual. They have some other Tinykins. Like you have a pretty short jump, but one of your Tinykins is green, and they basically like will stack on top of each other, and they'll make like a not human, whatever, Tinykin creature, like a Tinykin ladder.
Right.
You like climb them and then jump off. And there's like another Tinykin that got wings, and I was like, oh, well, these ones obviously fly. It's like, nope. They connect to each other and make ramps and platforms and stuff. And I was like, huh, okay, that's cool. And then as you're walking on them, they're like, just like little touches like that are just like fantastic, So fantastic stuff. Yeah, there's a lot of news. A lot of news in the gaming world these past 2 weeks. I gotta scroll way up. Where are we?
Oh yeah, we had the Nintendo Direct.
We had a lot of stuff. We had Nintendo Direct. We had a State of Play. We had Tokyo Game Show. A big one for us Halo boys here is Bonnie Ross, head of 343 Industries, has left 34 Industries effective, I think, next month, if I'm not mistaken. And a lot of people are like, this timing is super suspect. I watched Hoblaw's interpretation on this, and as a rules and acquisitions lawyer, he said that her terminology was that she's leaving for a family medical issue. He said that when big corporations like Microsoft say stuff like that is pretty legitimate because that can backfire on you in court if it's ever looked into. So he said there's absolutely no reason to doubt legally that is actually in the case, even though timing super sus.
Right.
A lot of people have shit on Bonnie Ross. I wrote some stuff on our Discord basically stating that, I feel like you should celebrate a person that is as talented as Bonnie Ross, who helped the original Xbox get made, who helped 343's 343 being, 343.
Right.
We wouldn't have a 343 without her, for starters. We could have seen Halo farmed out to any number of third-party people, and maybe they could have done better. Maybe not. It's hard to say. So I would like to celebrate her accomplishments that she's done in her tenure at Xbox and Game Studios and 343. But at the same time, also during her tenure, we have had some pretty bad lows in the Halo franchise, from everything from how broken Master Chief Collection was, to Master Chief having sex, to the state that Infinite was in, which I think was in a good state when it launched, but there's no doubt in anybody's mind that it lacked content.
Sure.
And it lacked features that they're just now getting to, some of them.
How much, and again, that goes to how much do you directly attribute that to Bonnie Ross?
I mean,
right.
It's hard to say because I don't know. Sure. I don't know the.
It's impossible for anyone to say.
I know that she's held a very powerful position, and under her tenure, there has been a lot of good Halo stuff too. Like, in my opinion, I think Halo 4 was an absolute hit. In my opinion, I know that's an unpopular opinion, but fuck you.
Oh damn.
Halo 5, its story was a mess, but its multiplayer was on point. I'd say that was a pretty, it wasn't for everybody.
Sure.
I can see the chagrin in Nate's face. But for a lot of people, that multiplayer was very complete. It was very fun, and it was very good, and people still playing it in esports today. But at the same time, we had things like, the Halo TV series and questionable choices made therein, and what exactly happened with Halo Infinite in those seven years. Because by accounts that are not necessarily verifiable, the rumor is, Halo Infinite basically actually started development over about 3 years before it actually shipped. And so that's like, well, did they go in a radically new direction? Because they had a lot of, we've talked about it on this show. There's been a lot of directors for Halo Infinite that were on Halo Infinite, and they did something, and then they left. There was like fucking 4 of them. So yeah, it's hard to say if this is a very bad thing for 343 going forward or not. Joseph Staten is not taking her position. He's remaining creative director of Halo Infinite.
Mhm.
Hard to say how big an impact he'll have on that, other than the fact that he is an OG and we trust him implicitly. So we'll see. There was a state of play that was rather lackluster, if only because it came after Nintendo's Direct that came out so fucking hard. It wasn't even a contest. It was like, oh,
It wasn't even fair.
this is like a fucking Nintendo E3 right now. What is happening?
Right. And PlayStation, I'm sorry, just doesn't have a lot to bring to the
and
table right now.
I'm sorry that I'm like snorting and my eyes thing. There's like a bunch of smoke happening right now, and it's fantastic. So that's cool. Like I can smell smoke.
Is your garage on fire again?
No. It could also be we have there's like a fire like way east in this state, and there was stuff rolling through, and it might be rolling through again just now. Could be that. Because when I was driving back from this wedding, it was pretty hazy.
Okay.
So we'll see. But I definitely feel smoke because my eyes are burning and my mouth is starting to be like, hey, there's smoke. So I've pulled up a thing for everything announced at the Nintendo Direct. We'll just get that out of the way because then you'll really understand how unsatisfactory that Sony State of Play was by comparison. So Nintendo came out swinging with, this is just like a highlight list. Okay, that's fine. Obviously the big one is release date and title for the next Legend of Zelda game, which is a direct sequel to Breath of the Wild.
Right.
I mean, that's just Nintendo firing a nuke to have any possible headlines that could have been made by Sony that day. Just being like, oh yeah, you guys got a state of play? Who's watching?
Yeah.
Nintendo,
no, if they ever want to zip thud anyone, they just drop anything Zelda or Mario.
The irony of you saying zip thud when Link uses a bow is hilarious. I just want to say.
Okay.
It's like zip thud.
No, it's just going to zip
I don't know.
thud.
Yeah, that too. So the sequel to Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild is officially called Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. And this actually rose some controversy online because Nintendo said like a couple days before about this direct that it would not be airing in the UK.
Yep.
And Nintendo UK fans are super pissed. But then after the direct came out, because they obviously watched the American versions because it was streaming, they're just like, oh, okay, yeah, no, we get it. Thanks, Nintendo.
Yeah.
Because
with the death of the Queen.
Died.
Yeah.
They're like, There's actually a meme on the Zelda Reddit. It's still up, as it's got a fucking insane amount of millions of upvotes, and it's basically just like Nintendo announces the Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild sequel, and then it's like UK fans like bated in breath, and then it's like Tears of the Kingdom, and they're like, oh,
Right.
okay,
Yeah.
like that's rough. Yeah. Still, and it's very interesting. So we have a release date. It's May 12th, 2023. So next spring. Clear your calendars. Other game devs, push your projects.
Right.
Yeah, it's interesting. The trailers was very good, but they have been so fucking coy with like, what do you do in this game?
Right. And the trailer looks
Because,
like more of the same.
well, I don't know if there's more of the same. There's new stuff for Zelda diehards and stuff. Like there's a couple of nuggets and stuff, but the trailer's only 1 minute and 30 seconds long.
Right.
Like, and like we had like a 2-minute trailer like a year ago, and then a reveal trailer like years ago.
Will it have breakable weapons?
I mean, chances are probably yes. You know, I'm not a fan of breakable weapons.
Breakable weapons. Or non-repairable weapons.
We'll see. Let's see. It's hard to say.
That seems to be the biggest
because we
gripe.
don't know. Yeah. We don't know what's in this game. The rumor, based on leakers and fans who've analyzed the fuck out of the trailers, is that there will be an underground to the overworld, as well as a sky world as well.
Okay.
So like 3 layers. And that's interesting, if only because Tears of the Kingdom is a direct sequel to Zelda Breath of the Wild and does take place in the same overworld, and you can see it in the trailers. But there's some shit going on in certain places in the overworld if you've spent several hundred hours in it, like me. So it'll be interesting to see what they've done to certain places, because it's been well established that this game started life as a big old expansion DLC. And then one of the Nintendo executive producers was just like, that's a lot of stuff.
We can make a lot more money off this.
It's a lot of stuff. Why don't we flesh it out even more and make it a sequel?
Yeah.
And it's interesting because the last time this happened, we got Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask, which is one of my personal favorite Zelda games because it's fucking phenomenal. And they tried so many new cool things that Ocarina of Time didn't do, and it was fucking dope, in my opinion. And so I'm like, man, if this is gonna be like the Majora's Mask to Breath of the Wild, like, fuck, dude, like, game over for any other game that year. You know, so, you know, we'll see. I'm of course hotly anticipating it, as well as another thing I'm hotly anticipating, which I mentioned earlier. Pikmin 4 was announced, arriving sometime in 2023. Not a lot was shown, except it looks like maybe, if you're a longtime Pikmin fan, maybe we're returning to the first planet from the first game. Maybe. Hard to say. That would be my guess. For those who don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, you play a little space dude, and he goes to planets. And for whatever reason, he's tiny on these planets, along with these Pikmin. So there's like, you know, giant cans and flowers that are super big and that sort of stuff. That's just how Pikmin is, for whatever reason. And interestingly, those who don't know, the other Pikmin games all have like a top-down to the side, very RTS type perspective.
Right. What do they call it? Third-person isometric?
Yeah, like it's like Pikmin's 3D, but it 100% is generally in that view. And they are going way more down on the ground third person for the fourth one. I was like, okay,
They're
that's
going
interesting.
like more over the shoulder.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
And I was like, okay, that's interesting. But the game was announced with the legend himself, Shigeru Miyamoto, on stage about it. So it's like, all right, well, you have the video game industry, Steven Spielberg, working on it. It's good. nothing more needs to be said. Just fucking give it to me. Take my money. Shut up and take my money. So I'm excited about that. Although with it saying sometime in 2023, it makes me almost wonder if like it might slip.
Right.
Because Nintendo's great about slipping.
You gotta love that sometime date.
Yeah.
I was gonna say I was really shocked that they specifically called out May 12th, 2023 for Tears of the Kingdom. Because
Well,
I'm not used to them nailing down a date like that.
True. They did with Breath of the Wild. Except they did do that multiple times with Breath of the Wild, and they missed like 3 of them. And then they did finally get it, obviously. But it's also questionable because like everybody's freaking out because the last time Zelda came out, the Switch launched. Like it was a launch title. And so everybody's like, oh my God, does this mean new Switch Pro or Switch 2 or something's coming out in May? And that's why it's coming out in late spring so they can manufacture more things. Like, you know, you can see the conspiracy board thing, and this is actually kind of perfect because I'm wearing a fucking tie and stuff. I'm like, oh, yeah, the things and the red wire and shit, you know. You know, it's possible. You know, it is possible. There's been a lot of leaks and stuff about that. It very well could be yet again another split generation thing, because a lot of people forget that Breath of the Wild did actually come out on the Wii U as well. It's a end of generation split generation game, which, you know, we're used to this generation with Xboxes and PlayStations. You know, and then obviously that maximizes money for Nintendo. So, you know, it's hard to say. And then in something Sean will agree with me on from the Discord, in the hey, Xenoblade Chronicles 3 had a good thing going with characters fusing together. Mind if you borrow your homework? Said Nintendo's Fire Emblem Engage is their thing, which I'm sure there's a lot of Star Trek jokes about that on the internet already. But there's a brand new mainline Fire Emblem game that
I don't recall when the last Fire Emblem was out.
Looks weird. Fire Emblem Three Houses, and I think it was a year after Breath of the Wild, so 2018.
Okay.
It's been some time. But that franchise is pretty popular. And for those who don't know, Fire Emblem, it's swords and sorcery, turn-based tactical RPG.
Okay.
And for those who, and it was funny, I had never put this together. I was talking to coworker Brock about this because he loves Fire Emblem. And we were just talking, and then we were driving home from work, and we were just like, it's like, is Fire Emblem basically D&D or Pathfinder in video game form, but made by Nintendo? And we're like, well, you have turn-based.
Yep.
You have moving into squares of danger.
Yep.
You have stats.
Yep.
You have equipment.
Yep.
We're like, fuck. No wonder it's such a high seller for Nintendo. I never even thought about it like that. You know, it's true. Fire Emblems are a very good series. You know, I've played, I don't know, not all of them because there's a fuckload of them, but I've played like 5 or 6 of them at least. But this one does just look a little weird. So like they took 2 of their like main characters, and there's some other timey-wimey shit happening. And like the thing going on, they've been calling him the Colgate Man, because it's like red and blue hair, but like split down in the middle. Because unlike Xenoblade Chronicles, where the characters
the opposite of the hair.
Yeah, and unlike Xenoblade Chronicles 3, which had its characters merging into some crazy ass, wild ass looking sci-fi mech thing, this is like some like Paris runway model, I'm 2 people, look at my outfit type shit. I don't know how else to define it. But yeah, it's set 1,000 years after the 4 Kingdoms. I don't know if that's an important thing in the lore. I don't fucking know.
I don't either.
Anyway, it's coming January 20th, real soon, 2023. They announced Kirby's Return to Dreamland Deluxe, which apparently was a Wii game. And a well-respected one. I went and watched an old review of this. And I was like, I had no idea this fucking game existed, which sucks because I'm a Kirby fan. And if I'm a Kirby fan and I have no idea that a fucking Kirby game existed, that tells me how well their marketing was for this game back
or non-existent.
Yeah, and people
Or
have
just
already
oversaturated everyone is with Kirby.
It could. Well, the thing is about Kirby is like, even though there's always a Kirby something going on, like I remember an anime being very popular when I was a kid. Like the Kirby games are like, okay, so to clarify, they're whack ass Kirby games that are just like some weird random bullshit. Like there's a Kirby game for like $20 right now on Nintendo eShop, came out with very little fanfare a couple months ago, and it's basically Nintendo's Kirby Fall Guys is what it is.
Right.
And it's like, okay, sure, do weird shit.
It's abuse of an IP. It'd be like, Mario Pizza Maker game.
So it's not like Mario Tennis, Mario Golf, Mario Strikers,
right?
Mario Kart,
right.
Mario Party,
right.
Mario.
Yeah.
Anyway, there's a lot of weird ass Kirby games, but this is a main proper platformer Kirby game, which is what I'm talking about. And those are very fucking few and far between.
Yes.
Like, I think you get maybe if you're lucky, son. Once a generation. Nintendo's gonna. I don't know why I'm doing this. Nintendo's giving out shit the Kirby.
Can't refuse. Yeah.
Nintendo's gonna give you the Kirby. So yeah, I'm actually looking forward to that.
I didn't realize that Kirby was such a marquee franchise character until I started noticing him everywhere.
I mean, Kirby's that interesting kind of character, I think, just in gaming, because so many young kids, like super young, like maybe it's one of their first games that they played, because it's so innocent and it's so just cutesy. But then older gamers like me know that the proper mainline ones are some pretty fucking hardcore platformers that have some really ingenious level design, because it's Nintendo and they're fucking good at that. It's just one of those things. So anyway, Kirby's Return to Dreamland Deluxe, a super duper duper remastered. Now I saw the direct comparisons, and the Wii version looked like a pile of dog crap in comparison to what they're doing with the graphics on this thing. That is coming out sometime in 2023. Apparently this was not in the original game, but they also have 4-player co-op in it and some probably random ass wacky Kirby mini games. Oh, I'm sorry, not sometime 2023, specifically February 24th, 2023. This is a big one because this game was announced and released on Switch and was such a huge hit that it actually came out to PlayStation and Xbox audiences. They announced a sequel to Octopath Traveler, simply named Octopath Traveler 2, which has the wonderful art style that they pioneered, which Square Enix calls the 2D HD art style, which, according to everyone who loves JRPGs, including myself, is the best way to remaster old 2D JRPGs for a modern audience, because it maintains the sprite-based look that old gamers like myself are looking for, but puts it in that like 3D world that also looks kind of sprite-based, so it looks like really like snazzy. You know what it reminds me of, actually? And I don't know if you're looking at the link right now or not, Nate. But it reminds me of what they did in the Lego movie, where it's like, yo, these are Legos, how I remember them. But also, this is a wild ass 3D CGI thing.
Sure.
But it looks like the thing that I remember. And I think that Square Enix has really hit, by luck, if I had to guess, with Square Enix, they've hit their nail on the head with, oh, people like this art style. It's probably reasonably easy to do in comparison to a big budget 3D game. Yeah, let's do more of that. Because we've seen several games that they've remade in this style, and it's like, all right, that's cool. For Bayonetta fans, Bayonetta 3 is coming out this year, October 28th, 2022. which was a bit of a surprise to Bayonetta fans, if I'm not mistaken. I have not played these games. I know who she is because of Smash. She's the sexy witch with the tall legs and guns coming out of fucking portals or high heels. Like she's like, she reminds me of if a Japanese developer made what was that fucking Machine Gun Girl? It was a Robert Rodriguez film.
Oh,
Here in the States.
barbed
She had
wire.
like a fucking machine gun leg or some shit.
Oh, yes, yeah.
It's like that.
Yeah.
Like a Japanese did that. I think this next title is dumb because I don't know who the fuck plays this shit, but I'm gonna talk about it anyway. Final Fantasy Theta Rhythm Final bar line is Final Fantasy music with no musical device except for your fucking gamepad, and you're just doing the beats to Final Fantasy music. And this is like the fucking fourth fucking game in this series, and it's just like, I don't know who this is for. People obviously like pressing A and B and X and Y and triggers and lefts and rights to the beat of their favorite Final Fantasy music. I get it. It's a music rhythm game, and I don't understand. Like without like a Guitar Hero thing or like a mat like Dance Dance Revolution, some wild ass input. Like even fucking you've probably seen a video of like weird people modding the Donkey Konga controller, just the bongos, to like play like just the most weird ass fucking games.
I can't tell you how many people I've seen use Guitar Hero controllers for first-person shooters.
Like, yeah, and it's like, what the fuck? But like this is just a game that you press buttons to in the time of the music.
Oh yeah, there's one that's been big on Twitch for a while that I've caught a few streams on where it's literally the gameplay mechanic is hit the space bar on the beat.
Well, and you know what drives me crazy about games like this, because it's just a cash grab, is Audio Surf, a game that's been around so long it was a launch fucking game for the Zune, playable on PC. But you can put your own fucking music in it. Like any fucking music you want, it makes a fucking game and you do the beats to it. Another game that was a fucking iPod, not iPod Touch, not iPod, anything. Right. iPod
spin wheel
game called Phase. You can put your own music in and do the beat to that too. And it just hurts me on a deep fundamental level that this is like the fourth fucking game and people keep fucking paying money for it. Like I don't.
Some people like it. Some people still like Snake.
I mean,
and there are millions of Snake games.
Like I helped make a Snake game that is functionally, unfortunately, not on the App Store anymore. But it's like, yo, okay. Moving on.
Don't get judgy.
So this is a big one, and I'm gonna put a huge asterisk over this because it's fucking complicated. So, the legends and rumors are true. The actual N64 GoldenEye 007, developed by Rareware, is coming to the Nintendo Switch Online service and Xbox. Now, I want to clarify some things. Number one, Xbox owns Rare.
Yes.
Rare owns the level design to GoldenEye 007. Nintendo owns the code to all the other shit in GoldenEye. Nintendo back in the N64 day owned Rare. They sold them later to Microsoft. I don't know how the fuck it got divvied up.
This is Spider-Man showing up in Infinity War level shit.
Yeah, it's some crazy shit. Right. And then, of course, MGM owns James Bond.
Right.
And to add insult to injury, even though it looks like shit, they did have all the faces of all the actors from 007, GoldenEye, the Pierce Brosnan debut film, face scanned. And so their faces are in the game and they probably get a cut. So, those caveats aside, Xbox, it's very complicated, so I'm trying to speak somewhat slowly, is Xbox is going to get a fully remastered by Rare version of the campaign and multiplayer of N64 007 GoldenEye.
Right.
But will not
have
online capability.
Yep.
You will have to play it classically split screen on the couch, just like everybody else.
Which is fine.
I think they also said it'll support System Link.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken.
But who still
don't
uses
quote me on that,
shit,
kids.
right?
Yeah, I mean, it's nice to know that's there, though. When the apocalypse comes, you're gonna be like, oh yeah, I wish this game had System Link.
Sure, that's
what they'll
gonna
say
be my worry.
In the apocalypse, yeah, true. Fuck it.
Anyone had water in the last month? No, but I have my System Link.
Now, Nintendo Switch Online. In the Nintendo Switch Online expansion pack, which you have to pay extra for, will receive the original, basically up-resed N64 version of 007 GoldenEye. The multiplayer, however, will be the remastered multiplayer made by Rare when they're owned by Xbox, and they made the online mode for the Nintendo Switch specifically. So it will be a remastered, totally new experience. Well, not totally. It'll be the old game, but it'll play online, most likely, like the way they handled the Perfect Dark remake on Xbox. Because as we know, Perfect Dark and GoldenEye use the same fucking game engine.
Still can't use Odd Job. Odd Job is banned.
So if that's confusing,
it's because it is.
It's because it is, kids. And sometimes, sometimes when mommy and daddy fight, sometimes they fuck off and get a divorce for 20 plus years, and other times they come back together and they build half of a new house and adopt a kid.
Right. Or daddy comes back and you have a new sister.
Yeah. What was interesting though about this announcement, other than the fact that it blew people's fucking minds, like I know it blew my mind because I watched the live stream, and I was just like,
well, I mean, it's been clamored for years.
I was like, no way, this is a Nintendo Direct. Yeah. This is not an Xbox Direct. And I was like, what the fuck? And then the and so for me, so it's so funny. Like I have so many memories of GoldenEye 007 being in my grandma's basements with my cousins. Fucking like the classic ass, like fucking pizza boxes and shit. And we're all just cramped on top of each other, trying to look at a fucking 10-inch CRT fucking channel 3 ass fuzzy shit. Yeah. It was insane. But it was also the fucking best. Like, oh my God. I think I already said in our Discord, the very first thing that I'm going to do in both versions of it is I'm going to go to facility. I'm going to go to the bathrooms. And I'm going to place as many remote mines as I can to see if it'll slow down / break the game. Because that was a legitimate tactic I used on my cousins. I would throw so many goddamn mines on the wall. They're like, 2 frames must kill Tim. And it's like, whatever. Yeah, man. Fucking.
You were that guy,
wild. Huh? I was that guy.
Oh, fuck.
And then in a lesser announcement, because after GoldenEye was announced, everybody was just like, what the? All right. Get wrecked. Like you just literally revived. It was interesting. I listened to Hoglaw's thing on this, and he actually called it that it was one of the seminal touchstones in all of gaming history. And I was thinking about it, and I was like, yeah, it kind of is. It brought first-person shooting to the console masses. because before that we
Okay.
had Turok,
Okay.
and Turok tried and still tries to be a good game. Um, it brought 4-player split screen, which I don't believe had been done anywhere before, except for like maybe like a mod on Quake Arena or something like that.
Right. Which wasn't a
Um,
console thing. That was a PC thing. Because I know all these
Yeah.
things, but again, I was a PC gamer back in those days.
Yeah. Well, and it also brought a level of customization that had never been seen in multiplayer. Like, I played Quake Arena. And it was like it wasn't until GoldenEye where it's like, because like it was like Doom and Wolfenstein and like those kind of first person shooters, and I remember the original Unreal had like a death match.
Unreal
But
Tournament.
it wasn't until GoldenEye where it was like, oh, you want insane, crazy options, so you and your friends can just go fucking buck wild
Right.
with options.
Yeah, and there was a
You know?
huge mod community for Quake 3
Yeah, and Unreal Tournament.
and Unreal Tournament, but
I
it wasn't.
played those
There was
games.
no
Yeah.
public release that was like, you want to go absolutely hog wild. Here you go. Like the first time
Yeah.
I got exposed to that was with Halo and Forge.
Yeah, for sure.
Right.
And like another thing to think about too is these guys had more options in their multiplayer games.
Mhm.
And I'll just say it, the 90% of all
Mhm.
first person shooters since.
Sure.
And it was just like, what? They did this on a fucking 32 megabyte cartridge in 97. Like it's that scene of fucking Obadiah Stane in Iron Man 1 throwing the fucking shit across the floor like Tony Stark bet this in a fucking game with a box of scraps. Like kind of scenario. And it's like these fucking wild ass programmers in England like did some fucking wild shit
Right.
in the 90s, So
None
it's
of
cool stuff.
and none of which holds up today, but when you look back to 97,
I think it's gonna be interesting. Like I think the campaign on the Nintendo side is gonna be rough.
sure.
I'm just gonna say that because I've played how they remastered Perfect Dark 1 for an Xbox controller,
Mhm.
and it plays like a regular, normal first-person shooter, and it feels good. Like I still boot it up from time to time, just to play it and be like, man, this is still so fucking good, and it's so fucking simple. And why can't goddamn people just copy this to have a good goddamn game? Like it drives me crazy. But I'm not a developer, so I'm not gonna pretend to play that card. Oh yeah, and then Nintendo also announced that they are gonna have a bunch of Mario Party games, a Pokemon Stadium game, and a bunch of other cool shit coming to
Because
Nintendo
why
Switch
not?
Online.
Yeah.
Cool stuff. The big thing though on that though was that the old ass Mario Party games will have online, and I was like,
Okay.
oh, well done, Nintendo. You get a gold star for the day. Crisis Core, Final Fantasy VII Reunion, which is a full from the ground up remake of the PSP Crisis Core. Is coming December 13th, 2022 to Switch, Xbox, and PlayStation. It has completely redone voiceover done by the newer cast of the Final Fantasy VII Remake, which
Okay.
does and doesn't make sense simultaneously. It does make sense from a Square Enix probably doesn't want to pay the original actors again for like the 80th billionth time.
Right.
Who did this stuff in the mid 2000s. And B, I guess if your first Final Fantasy VII game was remake, it would be really jarring to have the old voice actors. But what doesn't make sense though is they didn't redo any of the dialogue. So the dialogue is exactly the same as it was in 2000
with new voice actors.
8. Yeah. And that's a weird one. So I've seen some YouTube videos because the whole thing. So the original American voice actors, like they were doing it like old school anime style, over the top. It was a good cast, good group of actors, and it's like, okay, good. But Remake dialed all that back, and everybody's like, Square Enix's minute was like, all right, we're gonna make this more real, more natural, more natural feeling, because that's what people want these days. And so you have the real natural feeling stuff. Like I've seen a clip of these voice actors, and some of which are in Remake, and they're doing this dialogue that is some anime ass dialogue, and it's like,
Right.
I don't know if that works, guys.
Well, like I remember when they took Peter Dinklage out of Destiny, the voice of the Ghost, and they replaced him with Nolan North. And not only that, when they went back and re-recorded all the old lines.
Yeah.
Right. It's the same thing all over again. And it's like, as much as there were some people that love the Nolan North reprisal and thought he put more emotion into it, I'm a Dinklebot fan.
I love both, but I didn't need to have Nolan North in the old stuff.
Right.
New stuff going fight, sure. Have him have a fucking glitch, and he gets a new voice or some shit. But I understand why, because they don't want to pay Dinklage anymore. You know, and Dinklage was probably paid by the line, and the Ghost talks the most in Destiny. Period.
Right.
Like, right? Yeah. And it's so funny you say that, because I did the fucking stupid Sepix Prime strike in D2 like 3 times this week, and I was like, the memories. It's not the same with Nolan.
We've woken the hive.
Yeah, have we though?
Yeah. You've woken the hive.
Yes. So Crisis Core Final Fantasy VII Reunion, totally. I don't know. It's not like, it's a complicated thing, because it's not a remake like Final Fantasy VII, but it's literally like remade on a different game engine, and like they're redoing the combat, and the combat's going to be bigger. Because like the other thing about this Final Fantasy VII Reunion that a lot of people are like talking about when they played it at Tokyo Game Show is, this is a game that was made for PSP. PSP didn't have a second stick, didn't have a second, didn't have multiple triggers. It was limited on buttons. And they're saying that they have retooled this to be much more modern and actiony and stuff like that. And it's like, well, okay. You know, because ultimately, because I played Crisis Core, the original, it's a great game, but its combat is pretty simplistic because there's a lack of buttons. And so it's like, well, okay, I hope this update is good.
And therein lies a gripe I have with a lot of games. Like, oh, the controllers have more buttons, so we need to have more things to do. I liked the days when it was like, you have a D-pad and 2 buttons. Do what you can.
Sure. And you could do a lot.
And
don't forget start and select.
Right, start and select.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, God, there's something to be said.
These old hands aren't getting any easier to maneuver.
Yeah, tell me about it. You know, I think of this is what my mind always goes to as a great example of limited but perfect controls. And it's actually the Castlevania Advance games on the Game Boy Advance. You had your D-pad, you had your 2 buttons, you had your start, select, and you did have 2 shoulder buttons. So basically Super NES, but minus 2 buttons.
Right, a D-pad and 4 buttons.
Yeah, but they were able to accomplish a level of maneuverability for your character in a 2D game that honestly I've rarely seen anyone else do. With like more buttons, you know? And so it's like, you know, yeah, there is something to be said about, you know, game design for what you have, but also game design for the player. Like there's a whole thing you could say about all that stuff. But moving on, because we've got more things to talk about. Wave 3 Mario Kart 8 Deluxe Booster Course Pass will include more tracks from Mario Kart Tour and Mario Kart DS. It will launch this holiday, and it will include 8 courses. If you have Nintendo Switch Sports, you will get a free golf mode this holiday. Mario, if you have
Okay.
Strikers Battle League, you'll get a second free update later this month. This, of course, was one specifically for me and my boy Sean that I've been shouting out a lot this show. They showed the first expansion pass DLC for Xenoblade Chronicles 3 with this weird fucking ass looking character. So she's some I don't know. Like she's very weird, even as far as Xenoblade goes. Like she almost looks like one of those rejected character designs that somebody's like, haha, it's now not rejected or something. We'll see. She had a really high pitched voice in the trailer in English, I might add, and I was like, oh,
little grating on the ears.
I don't know about that one. We'll see. But that's coming out October 13th. You can bet your ass I will be there. Because Xenoblade Chronicles is fucking the best. New hero is mechanical, and her name is Eno. I don't know how to pronounce it. But presumably, as I've said ad nauseum on the show, she will probably have a bunch of story missions related around her and an ascension quest that'll be fucking 5 hours long, like all the other fucking ones in the game. So probably 5, maybe 6 hours a game. Maybe. Sure.
Which is about right for an expansion.
Cool. Well, it's not an expansion. So they're doing it differently on Xenoblade Chronicles 3.
Sorry,
so they announced
a DLC.
Yeah. Yeah, so they're adding heroes to the game. And then at some point later next year, there will be a big blowout expansion of some kind that hopefully checks a lot of wish fulfillment boxes for all the fans. I don't think this is necessary. We're not going to get into the fact that Splatoon 3 has their first Splatfest coming up. That's like a whole thing that Splatoon does. It's like it's like if Halo was saying, "Oh, we're doing an event." That's basically what it is. This was curious. Resident Evil Village, Cloud, Resident Evil 2 Cloud, Resident Evil 7 Cloud, and Resident Evil 3 Cloud are all coming to Nintendo Switch.
Right.
So those games the Switch can't run. Cloud version, so you better hope you're connected to the internet. But you can play them on Switch, and obviously people keep making them. They're coming soon though. October 28th for Resident Evil Village.
And I think the only thing I think that's really significant about that is it's kind of laying the pavement towards, can the Switch be a Game Pass cloud type device?
Yeah, and I don't really see why not.
Right.
Honestly, because the only thing that's really holding, so it's holding back the older Switch, not the OLED Switch. The original Switch had a Wi-Fi Draft N, which is great,
good,
but it's it's pretty good. You said it right, pretty good. Whereas the new OLED has AC, which is better,
yes,
by a lot. And then of course newer consoles, even newer than that.
Which mind you, even Draft N exceeds most people's inbound broadband connections.
True. So, if it's operating at maximum capacity. Right. Yeah, but it's still no ACX.
Correct.
I'm just saying, which is the best, most current draft of stuff, and it's dope if you have it. When I watched this Nintendo Direct, it confused the fuck out of me because I saw this game about marriage and raising a family and harvesting under a moon with cows and whatnot, and then I was like, oh, this is another Harvest Moon game, and I was like, these come out like once in a goddamn blue moon, and I know this because I have several.
Yeah.
Well, I say this because, and I've probably said it before, but I have a handful of friends whose only video game that they play is Harvest Moon. and they'll play it for years and years and years. And then every once in a while, I'll get asked by these friends who are not gamers otherwise, be like, "Hey, is there a new Harvest Moon coming out anytime soon? What do I need? What do I need to play that?" You know, they're like a fucking drug addict. Like, hey, what do I need?
Right.
What do I need to play the Harvest Moon goodness? Like, lay it on me. What do I need? How much money? You know, I've literally loaned people my consoles so that they can play Harvest Moon. And I say this because when the title came up, and it is a Harvest Moon game,
Mm-hmm.
but it's not called Harvest Moon. It's called Story of Seasons, A Wonderful Life. And
Okay.
it's apparently GameCube's Harvest Moon, A Wonderful Life. It's a remake of that. And my question is, if I have non-gamers who have literally loaned, and it's ironic that that's actually the remake. I didn't get that in the trailer. I'm reading this
The synopsis. Yeah.
this data here. That's literally the one that I loaned to a friend. I loaned my GameCube for that Harvest Moon game. So I'm like, well, it must be a good one then. Especially since they're remaking it. But it's like, what happened to Harvest Moon? Is Harvest Moon trademark disputed? Like, what the fuck? Like, aren't there like 30 billion Harvest Moon games? I don't understand that. I'm gonna have to dig into that.
Maybe
that
might be a publisher or studio thing.
Well, I'm pretty sure the publisher Natsume, who makes the game, I don't know. It's a weird one. Speaking of weird ones, there's another game called Fae Farm, which is magic and farming. Looked kind of cute.
Yeah.
I haven't played this yet, but I have downloaded the demo, and I've said before on the show that this game looks interesting. So I don't know what the feedback is, but Harvestella has a demo on the Nintendo Switch.
That's a Square Enix game.
It's a Square Enix game that's a combo between Final Fantasy and Harvest Moon. And has like an interesting story conceit of like you're going out and battling monsters, because if you don't, the world will end because you won't be able to have crops anymore because of this apocalypse that's going on. I was like, what? That's fucking crazy.
Right.
I like it. Go for it. So I have it downloaded. It was actually on my wheel to play, but I didn't get to it. Maybe we'll tomorrow. We'll see. This was another one that was really strange to me. So I'm reading the press here, and I was watching the trailer for this game that was clearly a Fatal Frame game, but in the trailer, they don't call it a Fatal Frame game. What the fuck? But on this press release, they are calling it Fatal Frame : Mask of the Lunar Eclipse.
Okay. And
it's like, I don't understand the messaging that's happening here. What's going on with these names that are being dropped from stuff randomly?
Right. It's never been over here. Why not just call it Fatal Frame?
Yeah, I don't understand. I don't understand the dropping of names that I'm familiar with as an old hardcore gamer. Like, it doesn't make any sense. This is a cool one because it's one of my games of the year already. Is Tunic is coming to Switch in a couple of days from this podcast, recording on September 24th.
I think that is the perfect 27th. Platform for a game like that.
Yeah. You're not a fan of the game.
No, I love the game. It's a stick.
Yeah, I know you're stick thinking.
I know. I actually played a bunch of it, and I think I found a game breaking bug, and I got stuck.
See, I bet you did, but I bet you it's not.
I don't know. I went into I put it on what's the invincible mode, because I just wanted to get through the story, and I think I ended up somewhere where I wasn't.
It doesn't
where I wasn't supposed to be, and it was dark, and I was a shadow.
Okay.
And then I came out.
Could you not see?
I could not see, and then I finally came out to somewhere where I could see, and I couldn't get back where I was supposed to be.
Yeah. So, spoiler alert. Much like Zelda, you're supposed to have a lamp in that area.
No, I got through that one. I got to the one where everything gets whited out, where you get blinded out. The music gets all muffled, and I don't know. like
Trying to think. It's been months.
it's
since
just
I played,
everything
so
was
I'm trying to
everything
think.
on the realm was just washed out, and if you stayed in somewhere too long, it just started to like the whole screen just like got blindingly white.
Yeah, that's not ringing a bell.
Yeah. And I got stuck.
Okay.
I got stuck there, and I'm like, okay, I can't get through this. Like, I can't get back
Are
out of this.
you playing on PC?
Yeah.
Okay. Could be a bug. I don't know.
Could be.
It doesn't sound familiar to me.
Yeah.
Because I know there's some stuff with the game. Also, spoiler alert, there's a thing that happens at some point where you go to load your game, and your game has like all kinds of shit that you sure as fuck didn't collect. You're like, what the fuck? Whose save is this? This is my file.
Mhm.
And you get dropped into this thing that is totally not the game. And you're just like, what the fuck is happening? And is my save corrupted? But then you have to like old school reset your game as though you're playing a fucking NES game, and then you're back. And it's like, what? It's crazy. Spoiler.
But yeah, no, I think I think the Switch is the perfect place for a game like this because it's not horribly graphically intensive. It's nothing the Switch can't handle. It's definitely not something that needs 4K resolution or specular lighting.
I mean,
it
I would
looks,
argue it does because it has all of those.
It looks great with it, but does it need it to be a satisfying game?
Probably not.
Yeah.
Probably not.
Not at all.
No, it's a Unity game built on Max.
Yeah.
It's good.
And it's such a great it's a great little portable game to go like, hey, your train ride game where I'm just gonna.
Well, and I'm excited that Tunic's just coming to other platforms personally, because like I want the PlayStation fan base to experience this, and for the Nintendo fan base that doesn't have any other consoles, like I think they're gonna eat Tunic the fuck up. Like it's a Zelda game.
It is not my type of game, and I absolutely enjoy playing it every time I play it. And it's like it's not the game I go for. So
cool.
That's got to say something for it.
Yeah. Game of the year of last year at Game Awards, It Takes Two is arriving at Nintendo Switch. Surprise! It's not a cloud version. And they apparently also have it working in split screen and local console to console Wi-Fi.
How would you play that? I hope it's split screen. If you're going to play it split screen, you're actually got it plugged into the dock.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know on that one.
Could you imagine that little dinky 8-inch, 7-inch screen?
I can't imagine.
Two Joy-Cons.
I've done not that, but Mario Kart does that. And me and Jessica, when Mario Kart 8 first came out, we did like a picnic park date and played Mario Kart and yelled at each other, and people walking by were like, what the fuck are these people doing? We did it. It was
acceptable.
Yeah, I mean, I remember the sun getting in the way and the original Switch's screen not really great in the brightness department.
Sure.
So we were like trying to really hog the shade of the tree kind of thing, but it worked. This surprised me because I thought it was PlayStation exclusive. Sifu is coming to Nintendo Switch in November. And I was like, okay, cool. I guess it's not exclusive to PlayStation and PC. Nice. Good times. There's a remake to Front Mission 1 and 2, getting new graphics. This is cool because I watched a friend play Front Mission back in the day on PlayStation 1, and it was one of those scenarios where I didn't actually get to play.
What kind of game is Front Mission?
It is a tactical RPG taking place in a war-torn world, and you have mechs.
Okay.
But it always looked cool to me because I always liked mechs as a kid.
Sure.
And I didn't get to play it. So I'm like, groovy, because I'm not going to find a disc and haul out a PS1 just to play this game. Looping it back in from earlier, there was a trailer for Atelier Ryza 3, Alchemist of the End and the Secret Key. So it's sailed to Switch in early 2023. So I saw this trailer and I was just like, what the fuck is this game? It looks beautiful and fun and great. and I have no fucking idea what this 3 is behind this game because I've never heard of this series, and that caused me to Google and ask people, and then found our way into our lovely Discord member Sean, who is a JRPG master, and was just like, yeah, these games are really good. Check them out. This is exciting for people because Tales of Symphonia, which I guess is one of the better revealed Tales games, coming to Switch in early 2023. It's a remake of a GameCube title. I'm try to get a little quicker here with this thing. We have more to cover. Danganronpa, which is a popular murder mystery game that a lot of people really like. It's a dumb fucking name. I've never played them. I don't know. But they have a new game coming called Detective Archives Rain Code.
Master Detective Archives Rain Code.
I watched the trailer. I was like, this game looks kind of good. Just saying. SpongeBob SquarePants: The Cosmic Shake swims to Switch in 2023. It's a
SpongeBob
remake,
game,
apparently. Yep. Rune Factory 3 is coming in 2023. This is something that pissed me off. So I saw this trailer and I was like, oh, this is like a dude going around doing things in the day. It looks like there's a lot of variety. And in my head, I was like, there's sure a lot of various things to this dude's day life. And then the title of the game came up and it was like various day life.
Yeah.
And I was like, that's too on the nose, fellas.
Yeah.
That's no. I'm not going to even give you any more time on principle now. Get the fuck out of my face.
Here's my new first-person shooter called Shoot Shit, Don't Die.
Yeah, it's great. Speaking of shooting shit, Radiant Silvergun is out on Switch now. It's a 1998 arcade classic. Shooty. It's a shmup, as they call them.
Pew pew. Yeah.
Yeah, pew pew. Factorio.
I've heard lots of good things about Factorio.
Is it a PC game already? Is that why it's got buzz around it?
I think so. I think it's on Steam. I've seen streams of it.
Yeah, basically it's a survival game, strange alien planet. You got to build a rocket to get home. Maybe it's good, maybe it's not. No idea. All I know is that it has cooperative and cross-platform multiplayer. So that's the thing. Pound, I guess is how that's pronounced, or Ib. Is a creepy adventure game set in an art gallery. I saw this game, and my first thought was, wow, these graphics are fucking ass. like these graphics are clearly like coders graphics. And he's like, fuck it, I'm just gonna release the game as is. And I don't know if that's the case, but that's the vibe I got from the trailer. There's a really weird game called Oddballers. It's like some Mario Party Fall Guys ass looking thing, and it's like, okay, it's a little too late, fellas. This perplexed me so much. So Fist of the North Star, a popular game series and anime series, and then there's like all this shit happening. I was like, oh my god, is this a Fist of the North Star game for the Switch? And then the scrolling up hitbox looking thing started flying up the screen like a Dance Dance Revolution thing. And then there was a person with Wiimote like punching and boxing. And I was just like, okay, no. That's a no. That's a no for me. Like if it actually taught me like proper boxing, like that might be interesting.
Yeah, it's another Beat Saber.
Kind of,
right?
I guess. I mean, it's a boxing thing. And then the last things for the Switch event was Just Dance 2023 edition will come in November. For those who actually want to dance to music in a proper way, that is somewhat fun. And then Endless Dungeon is a procedurally generated roguelike set in space coming in 2023. And that's perplexing to me because I feel like Endless Dungeon is a PC game that's out already. I feel like people have talked about it already. I'm not 100% sure in that regard. So yeah, that was the Nintendo Direct. There's the Sony Direct. And here's, I'm not going to get into the list.
Right.
We're gonna start cleaning up here. We've already been going at it long enough. Here's what I remember about the PlayStation State of Play after that fucking just ginormous Nintendo Direct. Came in guns a fucking blazing. There was a cool anime survival action RPG that looked cool. Don't remember its name. Looked neat. There was that oolong thing in it, which I thought was cool because that was when it was revealed, actually. And then a couple days later, there's a fucking demo, which was a big surprise. Can I remember anything else in the State of Play? Nope. And it was also over in like 20 minutes. Whereas Nintendo Direct was like a fucking hour and a half.
PlayStation's really trying to figure out where they're gonna go. And I think a lot of that has to do with supply chain issues. Like they've now released 3 different versions of the PlayStation 5 at this point, and they still can't fulfill demand.
There are 3 versions.
Yeah.
Yep. It sucks. Speaking of that, I got to give my weekly. I fucking hate my PlayStation 5 stuff.
That's just sad. Like I hate that we have to do this every fucking time.
I hate it too. Because there are parts of the console I genuinely love.
Yeah.
And then there's a lot that I don't. And then there's some stuff that was great that they broke in the last update. So I usually bop because my PlayStation buddies are sometimes picky about what mic I use. They're like, oh, a lot of feedback. Change your mic, you know, kind of thing. And I switch between my Blue Yeti Nano, which plugs in USB, and then I switch between my Xbox 20th anniversary mic that I plug into the PlayStation controller. And my anniversary mic didn't fucking work the last week and a half
after an update.
Yep.
Like
totally nothing.
Like no more Microsoft mics.
Wouldn't yeah, and I kind of thought the same thing too, but I was like, no, this thing is a fucking basic ass mic. It's compatible with everything, you know, kind of deal. And it fucking sucks. And then on top of that, when I was using my USB Yeti Nano mic, the boys complained about a buzzing sound, which sure enough, I looked at some of my Twitch on a Tuesday ago, and it was some fucking buzzy ass garbage. It sounded like tin can and buzzy. I was like, what the fuck?
I think I remember dropping in one, and you were just so overdriven and crackling.
Yep. That would have been the one.
Yep.
So fixed it yesterday. There's a patch. Suddenly everything works again. Huh. I see what you did
including
there,
your Xbox anniversary mic?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I was like, oh, I see what you did there. You issued a patch. You didn't quality check it, which is big, you know, classic Sony. Good job with your quality control on anything that you guys do. And you guys realized the fuck up. You scrambled to unfuck it. You unfucked it. And we're like, patch notes. Improved system stability.
Right.
Give it a number, send it. And it's like, what? You bunch of fucks. Meanwhile, Xbox got a fucking whole new UI update.
Oh,
and
no.
Continues
Did they?
to, yeah. You haven't got it yet?
Oh, I haven't turned on my
It's
Xbox
not, it's not too drastic.
Okay. I haven't turned my Xbox on in a month.
You know, it's just more Xbox stuff. There's some more sorting. You can finally, and I guess this wouldn't apply to you since you have a VCR or Xbox One. But you can set destination storage for each type of game. So, like for me, as a Series X,
that matters. I have an external storage drive.
Okay. So yeah, you can set which type. So it's like, all right, I want 360 games to only go to this drive. I want Xbox One games to go here. I want Xbox One X enhanced games to only go here. And I want things that need the SSD to only go here.
Right.
So for me, who has 2 hard drives hooked up, really nice quality of life feature. They did add a surprise me button, which is kind of cool. So when you're searching now, there's now like a little party box icon below the search when you're in your game library. And if you hit what in the Sam fuck is happening on screen right now? Got like a fucking alien hand thing going out to your cat, and I don't know if he's entertained or if he wants to eat it or what the fuck is happening. That's cool. Not going to tell the audience that's not watching us. Cool. Awesome.
No, it's a fiber optic hair thing. My cat's like, I want to eat that. It must be destroyed.
Why do you have a fiber optic hair that's like shooting rainbows out of it?
It's just fiber optic thing.
I see it's fiber optic, but why do you have it?
It was a gift from a streamer friend of mine. They're actually hair
Because
things.
it's literally a streamer.
No, it's their hair things, and she gave them to my daughters. And
Okay.
the cats have gotten to them and made them significantly shorter. So
I see. This is something she would wear on stream. That's the thing.
no, just little tchotchke stuffs.
Okay.
She thought my kiddos would enjoy them.
Fair enough. Did we talk about last episode the Disney and Marvel Game Showcase?
I believe so.
Okay. Moving on. Anywhere else? State of play. Nintendo shit.
Yeah, I think the last thing we were on the PlayStation thing was the PSVR compatibility stuff.
Yeah. Can I tell you how not happy I am about that?
I'm sure you and just about everyone else in the PlayStation community.
So, I mean, here's the thing on this. As one of the... Did you hear that?
No.
Well, I can't tell if that was machine gun fire
Or fireworks.
Firecrackers. I'm going to actually go with machine gun because it was a little too quick to be fireworks. Cool. Groovy.
Do we need to take a break?
I love it. No, it was way distance away. Like, I could tell that's at least a town over. But, nevertheless, you stop when you hear it.
Right.
So Sony drops the big news that the PlayStation VR 2 is not and will not be backwards compatible with the original PSVR.
Which is just dumb.
Now,
Just dumb.
Now here's my thing on this. As one of the 500 people who owns a PlayStation VR, and actually has enjoyed my time largely with the device, I 100% understand that the original PlayStation VR was a budget VR price that reused some PlayStation 3 equipment. The Move controllers were a literal repackaging and or reprinting of PlayStation 3 controllers. The way the camera picks up the eye or the fucking glowy balls was literally that. And the headset definitely was not the sharpest headset on the market, even when it released at a measly 1080p.
That said,
I understood all of that. And I understood that the way, the cameras are sensing colors and there's a bunch of fucking colors on the headset. And I get that. And I also understand that the new PlayStation VR 2 is not doing that. They're using cameras on the goggles, very much a Vive approach. And then there's a bunch of new shit with their controllers and sensing fingers, all that sort of crazy shit.
That you can't write an API on superior hardware to emulate basic.
I mean, I don't understand how difficult VR development is. My understanding is it's extremely difficult, way more complicated than average development. But again, as a prosumer, I agree with you. Why can't you write an API? Like, one of the few things that Sony and PlayStation is at least good at is writing good software. Not firmware, because that's obviously what fucked up my controllers last week. Software. They're good at it in their games. they're probably good at it on their development environment interface, dev kit stuff and whatnot. So it's like, whoa, what's the deal? And what further blows my mind is they announced this, but then there was no like, hey, and by the way, we're working with the top 50 or 25 developers of your favorite PlayStation VR 1 games
to port them over,
to
right?
bring them to PlayStation VR. Now, if Sony had said that, I'd been like, okay, cool.
Right.
You know, even if they had said that and done the classic Sony thing, which they did this generation with PlayStation 5, I know because I fucking paid it, is, hey, we'll have all of these games at launch and you can upgrade them for another $20.
Right.
Which in some cases with the VR games would have been more than what you fucking paid for it the first time.
It'd be one thing if they said, hey, these games are going to be ported over. They're just like, no, we're not supporting back catalog.
Yeah, and that frustrates me.
And you go, okay, so what's coming in the future? We're not supporting the back catalog.
Yeah, and that's, I get that it's new technology, but you have to give, you know, like I was a proud supporter of the PlayStation VR 1. And now I'm just like, okay, so
you got Stadia.
If I want the new device, and I do, I'm not gonna lie, like I can't play any of my other games without hooking up the PlayStation VR, which is the number one complaint of the PlayStation VR is how fucking many shits and plugs and stuff you got to do to get it going. You know, and then the other thing that blew my mind was, and there's still time because there's no release date, there's no price yet. Something that industry insiders have been saying for a long time on this is if Sony was smart, especially because it's super vibey with its design, is if they made that at a pretty decent price and also made it work on PC, that would be I think a huge boon to them financially because be like, oh,
because then your only options
PC for all the VR
your
games.
only options wouldn't be a Vive or what is the Oculus, right?
Who the fuck knows what it's called? Meta Dumb Quest.
Well, yeah, no, I have the Meta Quest, and the Meta Quest is exactly what Sony wants to do. It's a standalone unit. It works with their software, but you can plug it into a PC and it becomes a full-fledged VR device.
Yeah. So it just makes sense that if they want that market, they need to do. It needs to be able to plug into my gaming PC over here. It needs to be able into my PlayStation 5 over there.
Right.
And that would be a win.
That would be a win.
And really, they're the only ones who can do that because they're the ones who can let people into the PlayStation 5 ecosystem with a dual device.
Sure. And I think that's the thing that's hurting the Vive and the Oculus right now is like, okay, I love this VR thing, but I've got to be tethered. And again, you have that same kind of issue with I've got this tether to my PC.
Well, and to be clear, the PlayStation VR 2 does have a cable, but it's only got one.
Right.
Like one singular cable. Nothing else, everything else. It's as slim as you could fucking possibly get without going cordless and you got a mobile chipset in your headset.
Without going a Meta.
Yeah. You know, and that's
a step in the right direction.
It's good. Yeah, that's really good. Well, and then the other thing too is, and this isn't in this because so this is super weird, and I didn't post this, and I should have, but so they announced this on September 16th, and then later there was a huge bunch of dump of like here are the raw specs of the PlayStation VR 2, and also people like IGN are playing it, and everybody's super positive about the PlayStation VR 2. So let me Google something real quick here. So here's what the PlayStation VR 2 has. It has an industry-leading 2000 by 2040 per eye OLED HDR which was a big miss in my opinion in the first headset, where it was OLED but it wasn't HDR. And it's like, well, they're on my eyeballs. Why are you not HDR?
Sure.
It has a insane 110 degree view field, and it supports 90 and 120 hertz refresh rate. It has a 6-axis motion sensor. It has 4 cameras for headsets and controllers, and it has custom infrared cameras for eye tracking so that it can produce what's called foveated rendering. And what that basically means is the goggles or the headset, whatever you want to call it, are watching what your eyes are moving towards and literally focusing on.
Right.
So this does 2 things, and they showed it in a video actually recently, like a day
basically
ago.
shit you're not looking at, they're not giving you the full 120 hertz. They're
well, not only that, like they don't have to render as much,
right,
which is super fucking smart from a technical standpoint. But also, I saw a demo of them using it for gameplay in it was The Walking Dead Saints and Sinners 2, I believe. And they were like going down some first-person shooter stuff, and then they wanted to select a new weapon. And so instead, the weapon wheel comes up and slows down. We're used to that in video games. But then they like flicked their eyes to which thing they wanted, and it like worked.
Nice.
And I was like, oh, that's a game changer, in my opinion, who's played a bunch of VR. I'm like, fuck yeah, that's cool. Hell yeah. Yeah, it's such a neat thing. A couple of other things here because it didn't have all the things on the list for some fucking reason, which is dumb. So you will still need to have a 3.5 millimeter headphone hooked into it.
Sure.
So that is one more cable technically. But the way it works on the old one is it's basically the cable coming down. There's a little jack into it.
Right.
Some volume control buttons. And it was fine. So that's, I don't think
you can't no worse than what we're doing now.
Any other?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not worse than what we're doing now. Something that I was hearing reviewers talk about, and because I read this a long time ago when they first announced this headset, it has their haptics in the band that's going over your head.
Okay.
Like it's got a haptic up there on your skull. And I was like,
okay,
that sounds terrible to me. And
if done right.
The example that I saw in IGN was they were playing the new Horizon VR game. And they said it only worked when their character took damage. And they're like, oh, yeah, no, I feel damage. I'm paying more attention now because I got fucking buzzed or whatever. I was like, okay, I guess if it's being used right, that could be all right. And then of course the controllers can detect finger movements. And then something that kind of threw me because it wasn't really clear when they were showing the renders of the device, there are no shoulder buttons. They only have triggers, 2 sticks, and then a split of your classic 4 face buttons, but 2 on each controller. So it is technically less for you to do per control. Yeah.
A trigger,
very similar.
A switch, 2 buttons, and a thumbstick.
Stick?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it looks exactly like your Oculus. He's holding up his Oculus or Meta Quest.
Yeah. Meta.
Kind of. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So basically it'll be that. Yeah, that's hoopy looking too. Like what you're showing me on camera. The hoop goes over. What's the point of the hoop on the Meta?
I think the same thing. I think there's probably some sort of gyro in here for orientation.
Okay.
It might be easier for the cameras on the Meta to pick up than
Yeah. One other cool new feature the PSVR 2 has that I can't remember. I feel like the Vive has this, but I'm not sure. PSVR 1 didn't have this, but it has a button up near the right side that you can hit. And because there's cameras on the front, you've got to pass through.
Yep. Meta does that as well. You literally tap it.
Yeah, that's cool. Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Nice. That's cool.
No button. You go ding ding and it does a pass through, and it's totally grainy, black and white, like found cam horror video.
Oh,
but
yeah.
it's it's enough that you don't kick your kid.
Yeah, it's better than nothing, right? And I don't know if like the Quest or the others do this. I want to say the HTC does it, but I'm not sure. But they showed a bunch of like AR stuff with mapping your environments for your play space when you're in VR. They showed some cool stuff like you're like looking down and you're like mapping, and it's like putting down defined fields, which looks pretty cool.
Okay.
Does the HTC or the MetaQuest do anything like that?
Yes. Yeah, when you define your play area, if you start getting near it, it'll give you almost like a Tron wall that you're coming close to it. It'll let you know when you're nearing your boundary.
Okay. Cool. So yeah, so there's a lot of cool things going for the PSVR 2. Obviously, with all of these technologies and the competition, the biggest question on everybody's heads is what in the actual fuck is PlayStation gonna charge for this fucking thing? Because it'll probably be expensive. So, because what's the new HTC Vive running for these days?
That I don't know.
Okay, I'll Google that one. A Vive is, oh Christ Almighty. Okay, well the Cosmo Elites running $1,538. I'm seeing smaller versions that are running as low as $550.
Sounds about right.
So I would imagine they would probably go in that ballpark, especially since Sony's been raising prices on their consoles outside the US. And it just seems like they're just bleeding money with every fucking decision they make. So, makes sense. We'll see. We don't know for sure. They could fucking come in swinging with like 400 or something, especially if they were like, hey, and it works on PC or something. We'll see. That's what I would do if I were Sony. But,
right.
Sony's going to make the wrong decision, like they've been doing this entire generation so far. Last bit of news. Grand Theft Auto 6 literally fucking just blew its load all over the internet. I watched everything I could last weekend
before it got taken down.
Yeah.
And that got taken down fast. Like I didn't see anything.
Oh yeah. I mean, you have to imagine with all the trouble that Rockstar has gotten in over the years, the law, that they have like a team of like super legal lawyers, like on retainer, like 24/7.
Yeah, like I saw a couple of things with wireframe and like actual back end code.
Yeah,
kind of pathing.
There's definitely a lot of back end code on all of these things. So here's what we know, because it's been
confirmed at this point. Yeah,
it's been a week at this leak. It's also been officially confirmed by Rockstar that this is indeed Grand Theft Auto 6.
Yep.
And they did not mean the public to find out this way. And it is in active development. And they said, no, you're not going to find out anything else about it until we're ready. Which is fine. That's totally their purview. So a couple of things.
Kind of scary that the source code is out there, though.
It's fake.
Hmm?
It's been confirmed as fake.
Okay.
Dude got ripped off. Because if the source code had actually gotten out, that would be a much, much bigger deal. Because my understanding from some places like Hold Law, some other podcasts, other industry insiders, different websites and stuff, basically, and I didn't know this because, again, I'm not a game developer, but apparently if you had the source code, so basically the actual source code, because like the way play games would be built is you have bits of the source code in your game engine that ships on a disk or whatever, but it's not the source code, the master source code. And if you have the master source code, you basically have the back doors to the entire game engine.
Mhm.
And if you have those, your game engine can never be safe again from hackers.
Correct.
Because they have the blueprint.
Correct.
So you would have to
They have the
change
foundation.
The
Yeah.
They would have to. You'd have to change the blueprint so as it not to be hackable, which would be a huge deal given that Grand Theft Auto
Mhm.
Online is perhaps one of the largest online games there is. It's still making millions of dollars a month, and billions a year.
Yep.
So it's a big deal.
Arguably the most
Um,
successful video game franchise ever.
Yeah, pretty hands down in that department. No question. Grand Theft Auto, whole like Titan juggernaut level of games.
To the
But
to the
anyway,
point
so,
that I was
yeah.
actually more shocked that GTA 6 was even a thing to be leaked, because there is no monetary reason for Rockstar to even bother at this point.
Sure, they don't have to do anything.
Yeah.
They show a trailer and be like, coming.
Oh, like they
Get
don't
your
even have to
get your wallets
bother
ready.
doing a 6. Like they're
Well, they did
making
it
so
with-
much
they
money
did
with
it with 4 and
5,
5.
with the, especially with the modding community doing the high res upscale on it. It's like, why do we need a 6? We're making money hand over fist between the RP community, the modding community. So
Pretty crazy stuff.
Yeah.
But nevertheless, 6 is in full-blown development. I'm not sure if this is confirmed, but the footage that was leaked was apparently from 2019.
it was way old.
And industry insiders have pointed out that, and I saw this footage with my own eyes, so I'll back it up. They said that the way game development works is if there's quests and there's already dialogue, that means the game is pretty much like content complete.
Mhm.
And they want to, and they're just working on polish and fixing features and probably pickups and all kinds of stuff like that.
Right.
And I was like, okay, that's interesting if it's content complete at 2019. And honestly, Rockstar is a fairly secretive developer. So it's like, for all we know, Rockstar is such a crazy good developer that they like complete a content game in like a handful of years.
Mhm.
And then they just fucking polish it and add that tiny bits of Rockstar sparkle. And I say that because I've played almost every game that they have ever made. Before they were Rockstar,
Mhm.
DMA Design, they did a game on the N64 called Body Harvest. That, if I'm not mistaken, was the first actual open world game, long before Grand Theft Auto 3, which is credited for it. And people are dumb and they don't realize that DMA Design is Rockstar. And they were literally doing, it's basically the prototype for Grand Theft Auto 3.
Right.
Is Body Harvest. And it's wild because it's on the N64 and you're just like, what? And for those who don't believe me in terms of like, and it's funny because Body Harvest is still, in my opinion, and maybe I'm wrong on this, but this is my memory of this, is the open world in Body Harvest is the nation of Jakarta.
Yeah.
Like the whole thing. Like, not like a town. Like the whole fucking thing. Like from stem to stern. It's fucking wild. And it's on the N64 of all things. I would love, I've said this a lot on the show probably, I would love for Rockstar to go back to sci-fi and do, with all of their insane technical wizardry, because they are technical wizards. Let's not mince words here. Their game engine is fucking fantastic.
Sure.
even if for its efficiency, like look at the point of like Grand Theft Auto 5 came out on the 360 and PS3. Had some of the most advanced graphics, AI, all this sort of stuff, to the point where even with 2 whole fucking generations of paint, the game is still modern. Like, what the fuck? Like, these guys have some serious amazing talent at their studios. But anyway, I digress. I personally want them to go to Body Harvest because of what they could make that now. Some serious ass amazing sci-fi would be amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Not doing that. Sadly, they're going back to Vice City. So they're doing Miami again,
Right.
folks.
Well,
Which
Miami, Angeles,
I guess.
Los Miami, whatever.
Los Miami?
Yes.
Well, GTA 5 is LA.
Yeah.
And GTA 4 is New York. And GTA 6 is very much Miami. Again. And so I guess from an outside looking in perspective, they did, Grand Theft Auto 3 was New York, Liberty City.
Mm-hmm.
Grand Theft Auto 2 was Vice City, which is Miami, but it was in the 80s. They had the whole, Miami Vice vibe going for it, literally. And then they did Grand Theft Auto San Andreas,
which was LA,
which is LA. And then Grand Theft Auto 4, we went back to Liberty City, New York, except better realized, and then again to LA with Grand Theft Auto 5, and going back to their own well with doing Miami yet again. So I guess in that sense they've
recycled content. Yeah,
but it's not recycled though. It's total. The maps are totally fucking different. Like the barest of similarities to their prior maps.
Right.
If only for the fact that they themselves are also based on cities that are familiar. So it's like, okay, well, okay. But yeah, no, they're doing Miami again, folks. That's, it's not confirmed by Rockstar, but for Grand Theft Auto people who've been playing like me, I think one of the things said Fort Gellhorn, which I think the PSP spinoff took place exclusively with a military person from Fort Gellhorn, if I'm not mistaken. Don't quote me on that. So it's like, all right, Rockstar, you've completed your modernization of your older games in a new style. I will say GTA 6, it looked modern though, like it's not taking place in the 80s or anything like that, like it's taking place in a current day.
Right.
So that I guess will be different. But it is a little bit sad as an old-time Grand Theft Auto player to be like, all right, well, we're going fucking back to Vice City again, and I'm sure it'll be amazing, and I'm sure I'll fucking love it, just like every new Grand Theft Auto.
But there's
somehow
plenty of
tops
cities.
The last.
Yeah, there's plenty of cities. Could we not go to one of
I was
those?
like, I would love Grand Theft Auto in Seattle. I'd love their version
Chicago,
of whatever my Seattle is.
Dallas.
Yeah, Chicago. I've only been in the Dallas airport.
Hell, Washington D.C.
Yeah, or DC one, right? And the funny part is, the original Grand Theft Auto games before 3, before they went full 3.
Yeah, the top down.
The top
running
down,
over Hardy Krishnas.
There's a UK one, and was there a DC one?
I'm not sure.
I'll look it up.
Yeah,
I'll look it up right now.
Not important.
It's true.
But
it's not. But anyway, there's a leak. It's real. It looked
phenomenal.
Pretty fucking far along. A lot of people were like, "Oh, it looks like shit," whereas the optimist people were like, "It also looks like a real game in real development."
Right. Remember, this was exactly it's exactly what we said about Halo Infinite. When the first demos came out, we're like, "Oh my god, this looks like ass."
It's like, but it's real.
But it's real. Yeah, and then it came out, and you go, "Okay, it doesn't look like ass anymore. Plays like ass, but it doesn't look like ass."
Infinite plays like ass?
Opinions. I don't think so.
No,
but...
it doesn't play like ass.
Okay.
I think there's some people who still think it looks like ass. And those people are free to be wrong, but
right? Allowed to be wrong.
Well, unless you're playing it on the VCR Xbox One. In the case, I saw Daniel play it. I mean, you know, sometimes a pretty woman's even pretty with beer goggles on. You know, that's all I'm saying. Poorly. Grand Theft Auto League. It's out there.
Yep.
You can find videos of it if they're not taken down. If not, you can hear many people talking about it and the things that they saw.
Oh, I'm sure as soon as the leaks come down, more come up. But yeah.
But the big one, the big smacker, is in 90% of all this footage, there is a Hispanic woman
As your protagonist.
being the protagonist. That's a big deal in gaming, in Grand Theft Auto. I showed this to my wife, who is a Hispanic woman.
And very much the
And,
protagonist in your house.
Well, depends the day. And
Love you,
and
Jess.
she was like, cool. She looks like a real woman.
Yeah.
You know, and like that's the other thing that people pointed out on the internet is she looks like a proper Hispanic woman.
Right.
Most likely, since it's taking place in fake Miami, she's probably Cuban.
Right.
Would be my guess.
Not a Barbie doll.
Hard to say. She's got some good dunk in the trunk. You know, she's not like crazy sexy pretty, but she's not like homely either. And obviously anything could change between here and now, or here and whenever the game actually gets properly revealed and properly dated and released. You know, but I think that it's kind of cool.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's been a long time coming, because I know people have really, really wanted a female protagonist in Grand Theft Auto 5 that had fucking 3 protagonists, for Christ's sake. It's literally a mechanic in the game, and it's possible there could be some jumping between people.
No, it looks like there is from the two protagonists that you saw.
So I didn't necessarily see footage of a dude being played. Did you see footage of a dude being played? I only saw the girl footage, and she was like holding up a clucking bell, and there was like a strip club scene as well. But there's like dialogue and shit and like spoken stuff and whatnot. So if there's a dude moving around, like I saw some pictures of that, but I didn't see it moving.
I did. Or in fact, that same
moving.
strip club scene apparently has both of them in it. So apparently you character swap between the two.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, I hadn't heard that. I suppose it could be true. Anything could be true at this point. But it's interesting because I remember hearing a rumor way back before anybody knew that Grand Theft Auto 5 was going to be 3 people in LA again, that it was going to be like a brother-sister duo, and you were going to swap between them.
Yeah, it doesn't seem brother-sister.
No?
No.
Okay. Fair enough. But yeah, I don't know. A lot of people watching it and stuff. I think that's gaming. Did we want to talk about life and then get the fuck out of here?
Yeah.
Yeah, we did it. We made it.
Yay.
We made it to the end of video games. Only 2 more topics to go.
Only 2 more topics to go. Only 3 hours in.
Christ.
Yeah. It was just like, I need to stretch. Like, I get this weird, for whatever reason, even though I'm sitting in a nice, comfortable chair, I do this weird thing where I hunch my shoulders, and it just starts to burn after, 2.5 hours of just sitting here, like, when what do we do? Every 2 weeks, so so 25 episodes in 10 years.
Excuse me, are you doing math on my show?
I'm doing math on your show.
That's not allowed, sir.
So in 250 more episodes, when you're still doing this, and I've probably long gone and retired or died,
Jesus,
you'll understand.
Christ.
No, I had just get up and stretch the legs and stretch the arms and stretch the shoulders and reload.
Get that orchard, it's fine.
Yeah.
Swap to watermelon margarita.
Nice. All right, what's the next spin of the ring?
Well, first of all, I feel like I want to say, because I don't know if it'll show up in the recording or not. If you guys have noticed me erping more than way later in the episodes when I've had too many libations, it's because I ate some food at this wedding that I was at, and it hates me.
Okay, so we're doing life. We're
So-
we're doing life topics then. Screw the.
Well, you wanted the spin. We're doing it. Nobody's watching, but we're doing it all.
Earth. We already did
No,
Earth.
that's air.
Earth was tech.
No. This air is tech?
No, Earth was tech.
It didn't land on Earth. It landed on air.
Air is video games.
Okay, well then we gotta spin it again. We're great at this show, guys. We're the best.
Air.
Nope, that's Earth again. No, it's water. There we go. Entertainment.
Of course, not life.
Yeah, classic. You know, that's okay. It fucked us up on life like the last like
Fucking
8
ring.
shows.
Goddamn ring.
So it's fine. I don't have a lot for entertainment. The only thing I got was the thing I dropped in the other day, was that Vince Gilligan, who is the creator, showrunner, and writer on the Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul series of television shows that some consider some of the finest television shows ever created in the history of television, has signed with Apple TV Plus 2-season order. Rhea Seehorn, who played Kim in Better Call Saul, is going to be the lead character. And it was described by Vince Gilligan as it will take place in a twisted version of our world. And he cites Twilight Zone as an inspiration.
Okay.
Now, for those who don't know Vince Gilligan's history, because I did before Breaking Bad, he wrote basically X-Files.
Okay.
So I'm like, oh.
Yeah, because this sounds kind of Lost-ish.
Little touch of the sci-fi,
Yeah.
you say, oh person who has written some of the great X-Files episodes. So I'm like, okay, I'm down.
Hello, fridge.
And yep, that's one thing I did not fix. Cool. Good to know. Good to fucking know. Oh, you texted me. Okay.
Yes. And see, this is one of the benefits of showing up to the live cast, is you actually get to hear this stuff as it happens. Not that you would want to.
This is true. This is true. And probably one of the few times you'll see me on this show in a suit and tie.
It'll be in the VODs. Trust me.
Indeed it will. Yeah, that's literally the only thing I put down for entertainment.
Well, I mean, have you been keeping up with the serials? Have you been keeping up with She-Hulk?
I've been keeping up with She-Hulk.
Okay.
We finished MasterChef.
Master Chef.
Season's done.
Not Master Chief.
Yeah, no, that's next. The other season that did start shooting.
Mm-hmm.
I know about that. I saw they said they were shooting in Iceland though.
That sounds right. Okay.
Very different than where they were shooting. I always wonder if they had to move production because of the Ukraine war.
Very possibly.
Would be my guess. They're like, oh, Budapest a little hot.
Yeah.
Budapest a little hot right now. Let's fucking move to Iceland.
All right, and where are you going to go with the large sweeping landscapes that are Halo Ring-esque?
Iceland. They're gonna
Right.
do the ice
That's
areas of fucking Halo,
right.
Obviously. But that would be getting my hopes up. So we're not gonna have
Yeah,
that.
I think you're
going into season.
Yeah,
2.
I've been keeping up with the She-Hulk, and it's again a good fun romp. I think we've had a couple of drawn out filler-ish episodes. I think we've been getting more in the what you would call the post-credit scene than anything else.
It's a post-credit scene kind of show.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, I'm still enjoying it.
I am too.
I and a lot of fans, I know because IGN writes about it every fucking week.
Oh, do they?
They're
Who's
like,
covering
"Yo,
it, by
so
the way?
So I don't fucking know.
Okay.
I don't know the fucking people at the thing. I only pay attention if it's some of the old guys.
Mhm.
Like Ryan McCaffrey and Vincent Janito. Although I think Vince moved on.
That's why I was wondering who's reporting on it, because I know
I
there's a
have no
couple of
fucking idea.
mainstays that are pretty solid in their reviews. But yeah,
Yeah.
so we obviously have, because it's been a couple of weeks now.
Yep.
Daredevil tease.
Yep, hard tease.
Hard tease. Yeah.
Also, there was a huge tease of about 5 other Marvel characters too.
Oh,
I don't know if you caught it.
I probably did not.
It was in that episode. It was in the credits of all places. But it was the little art drawn credits thing where it showed.
Oh, yeah. The storyboard type.
Yeah, the storyboard stuff. It showed the big ones were The Thing
Mm-hmm.
and fucking Deadpool.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, oh, this is an MCU show. This means things. Go on.
So yeah, it's been a good fun romp. Yeah, and again, something we were worried about, or at least I was back when we first started talking about the series, was will it follow the same path that we've seen with most of the Marvel stuff that we've, it's like it runs good, it hits a point, and then they fill, and then run it out to the end.
Yeah, and the sucky thing about you saying fill is a lot of the other TV series, with the exception of Wanda and She-Hulk, is it's 6 episodes.
Right.
So if there's fill, it's like, why?
Right.
You're only giving me 6. Very weird.
That's a little disheartening that is happening now, but let's hope with the teasers they put in, and they've managed to keep the story progressing enough that I'm like, okay,
yeah,
I'll give it a pass. Have you and much to previous co-host of the show, Buster Knuckle, Mike Chagrin, have you watched Andor?
Nope.
No intention of watching it. Are you also a Rogue One hater?
I'm a Rogue One hater.
Okay.
This should be thoroughly established on my show that I think that Rogue One is a terrible Star Wars movie.
Okay.
That being said, I've said before, I enjoyed K2SO, and I did actually really enjoy Director Krennic. I don't know what particular reason that I was fond of that little ass hat, but I was just kind of fond of him. I'm not sure why. I'm not sure particular. It's probably what's his name, Ben Mendelsohn.
Yeah,
Mendelsohn. However you say his name. It's probably his performance, and I think I've just grown to. God damn it! I didn't mean to click that. Lower my fucking hand. Skype. Yeah, no, I think I'm just probably getting fond of him as an actor, since he's popped up in everything from Star Wars to Marvel to Ready Player One, all this shit. And he was also in this crime thingy I watched a couple of years ago. I think it hit right before COVID. It's supposed to get a season 2, but I think production got fucked by COVID. It was The Outsider. It was a Stephen King thing. It was on HBO.
Sure.
He was like a detective in it or some shit. Yeah, he's just a good fucking Australian actor. He's just good. I've enjoyed him in pretty much everything I've seen him in. So I was like, he's just good. I almost wonder though, because he's very different in every single role. I'm like, is he becoming the Australian Gary Oldman?
Yeah, he's got some range.
I think he might be the Australian Gary Oldman.
Yeah.
Just saying. Now I need those two to be in a film together. We're set. Oh my god. They're playing every character, and you can't tell from scene to scene. That would be amazing.
Right.
I just came up with that just now. Let's somehow copyright that. It's a podcast. We can do that, right?
But yeah, I mean, so far I'm okay. I'm happy with the Andor series. Apparently, it's 5 years. It's set 5 years BBY.
So you're watching it. So you preface that just so that you could tell me about the show that I'm not watching.
No.
Okay, cool. Okay.
I'm just saying that's the timeline it's set in, and so far, like, it's compelling. It's the 35-minute episode.
Is it?
Yeah, which of course, you know,
It's ironic because my friend Brock,
five and a half minutes of those is all the credits.
my friend Brock said that he watched the first 3 episodes and he said that it was great and they were all hour episodes and not long.
Yeah, they were like
Or
42 minutes. So
Oh.
like after you pull out the credits and everything, it's like 30.
Okay.
But yeah, like, so far
That's fine.
enjoyable. It seems to be moving along, and I'll let you watch it before I pass a whole lot of judgment on it.
I'll probably give it a shot.
Give it a shot. Give it a shot, even if
I'll
it's
give it a
even if it's
shot.
so you can come on here and say, I absolutely fucking hate everything about this.
I'll probably give it a shot because Jess is gonna want to watch it
She probably will.
because it's Star Wars.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's the thing.
And then
what
I
else
get
did we watch?
I got drops that a bunch of my usuals are starting to come back. We're getting another season of The Rookie, and we're getting Rookie the Feds.
Oh, they're getting a spinoff.
They're getting a spinoff show.
Okay.
Which I don't.
Weird title.
Well,
Okay.
yeah, if you understand, if you know the character, you'd understand why it's called The Rookie the Feds, or The Rookie Feds.
Okay.
So yeah, late
I've not
in
seen
the
the
last
show,
season, there was a character introduced that was kind of riding along with the Feds, and who was also in the same kind of position as Nathan Fillion's character, where she was, you know, aged out and shouldn't be in the position she's in, and she stepped in and used her life experience to be an asset. And I was like,
Sure.
okay, cool. So it's another person that's kind of, you know, and he gave her, you know, some sage wisdom and sent her on her way. And the next thing I know, I see this Rookie Feds thing, and I'm like, okay.
So what I'm hearing is what you're telling me is you enjoy watching people that are
My age.
are old and obsolete being made valuable
Wait,
again.
hold on. What's the time on stream here? We'll clip that. 3 hours, 31 minutes. You can see me.
Yeah, flipping double birding.
Double birding.
The double deuce.
The double deuce.
You know,
No, like I like a good Nathan Fillion vehicle. It's, you know, he's a competent actor. He kind of. Why did you raise your hand?
Because I'm using the expose feature on Mac so I can get to all the different windows.
Okay.
When it comes back, for whatever reason, all the emojis are popping up, so it's covering half your face. I'm just trying to get it to move off of your.
Oh yeah, I've been dealing with
face.
that trying to stream this live. Like, if I click out of it wrong, I get a whole band of.
A great job. Yeah, it's good times. But no, anytime I think of anybody putting down, you know, old people, I always think of the Arnold Schwarzenegger quote from, of course, the famous Terminator Genesis movie, is old, not obsolete.
Yes.
Which is a terrible Schwarzenegger impression, but that's what you get at 1 o'clock in the morning. So, yeah.
Is it fucking 1 o'clock already?
It is 1 o'clock.
Jeez, it's breadsticks. 111.
Breadsticks?
Yes.
Oh yeah, I guess it is. Triple breadsticks. It's the regular fucking Olive Garden special over here.
Right.
I'm trying to think of what else I've been watching. I know I've been watching things. We went back to Ted Lasso because Jessica had a rough week. She's like, I want something funny and 30 minutes, which of course is very hard for us. I've explained this in the past. That it's like very short list of things that we both enjoy that's funny, and it's 30 minutes.
That's the big catch for me. It's like, I don't want to sit here and invest in a 1 hour per show. Like, I just don't have I don't have the consciousness, especially by the time I get around to sitting and watching a TV show. So
I mean, are you looking for 30-minute funny shows? Is that what you're looking for, or you just need 30-minute shows?
I just need 30-minute shows. So,
Well, this may be perhaps newer and too cool for school for you. But you know what's always 30-minute and has every genre?
I'm not watching Rick and Morty.
No,
Okay.
I wasn't going to say that. I was going to say anime, everything is 30 minutes.
Yes.
I don't know if you're adverse to anime. I don't think
I'm
we've
not
really talked
adverse.
about
I
it.
just, again, it's just one of those.
Yeah.
I need it to be a little duller.
I mean, they have those. Like, you realize it's like they don't really have live action over in Japan. It's
Yes.
fucking everything is anime.
Yes.
And now everything's over here, and like pretty much most of it's dubbed these days too. So they have things that are more mundane and normal.
Okay.
I would actually, I'm just gonna go out and throw this because I watched it somewhat recently, and I don't think I actually don't really usually talk about anime that I watch on the show. Because we just never talked about it. I guess it was something that would come up because Mike would always talk about it, but I've watched a number of anime this year. One that is rather serious and interesting and actually kind of like an interesting analog to like a Game of Thrones kind of thing.
Okay.
Although not is a anime. It's only one season. It wraps up totally in one season, one long season called Gate.
Okay.
And it's on Hulu, which I know you have.
Yes.
And it is about a modern, older, military dude who is a little bit shit on by his military unit because he like his downtime is he goes to nerd anime conventions.
Okay.
And he's going to one, and fucking dragons and swords and sorcery shit shows up in the middle of fucking Japan. And he goes and saves a bunch of people because this gate, hence the name of the fucking
Right.
show, has shown up. And they're like, everybody's like, what the actual fuck is happening? And he's just like, oh, this is just like one of the shows that I watch, and this is clearly a thing to thing, and like, but it's done really seriously. And it's like pretty straightforward and doesn't have a lot of like typical anime tropes or over the top stuff. And like, you know, and so he gets hoisted onto the battalion that goes into the forward line to figure out what the fuck's going on with the shit and why the fuck they're coming in and all this stuff. And so they go to this swords and sorcery and kings and kingdoms and political world with fucking tanks and airplanes and shit like that. And it's cool. It's a war story, and it's political, and it's dark, and it's
okay,
a little bit mundane, and I enjoyed the fuck out of it. I was like, oh, this is really fucking quite excellent.
I just don't need to be watching, you know, and from what I've seen from a lot of anime, it's like, oh, look, I'm watching a Street Fighter battle.
Yeah, there's not particularly.
No. But yeah, like most of the anime that's recommended to me is that over the top, flashy,
Sure.
You know, and
and you know, and honestly, you know, I've been watching anime since the 90s, and I would say new anime, there's not a ton of new anime that is that.
Sure.
These days, like there is a lot of, I think, a broader market, maybe because anime is more mainstream now.
Yeah, the last anime that I watched in a serial form was what do we call that? Macross. What was the Americanized version of that?
Robotech.
Robotech, yeah.
Yeah, you don't have to. Hey, I'm love fucking Robotech.
Yeah, Robotech.
That shit was my fucking jam. Really, really, really good fucking video game on the original Xbox. By the way, was fucking perfect. Fucking pissed me off that nobody else copied them to also make good.
Like that was games. The first anime I saw, and then everything after that was just kind of like either just washed out or just overly flashy. And like I loved the fact that there was drama in a cartoon.
Yeah, I think Gate would be right up your alley.
Cool.
It's very good, and like I said, it's one and done, because apparently, like most anime is usually based on a manga, this is an odd one where it's based on a book.
Okay.
and this dude, I guess he's still writing them, but like each book is like, it's the same kind of thing with the gate thing, but it's like a different military person in a different division, basically. And so like the gate one, the one that's animated, is in the military division.
Okay.
And because I looked it up because I was like, oh my god, this was amazing. Because Brock had turned me on to it. And I was like, this is great. I was like, when's season 2 coming? And he's like, so no. And I was like, what do you mean no? He's like, that was it.
That was it.
Like that was the story. And I was like, what the fuck? You didn't tell me that.
Did it at least
over?
Did it at least end the right way?
Oh, 100%.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, it wrapped everything up.
Okay.
Little tiny bit of like, oh, they could maybe go this way or maybe this way, but
Sure.
like all of the political stuff, villains, all that sort of stuff. It's like, okay. It wrapped up very satisfyingly.
Okay.
Actually. It's just, it's over. And I was like, it was really good. And the animation's really good. And that was the rumor, because I dove deep in the Reddits and the Wikipedia. It was like, the animation was really good, and they maybe went over budget, and that's why they didn't do the other books. Was because they spent a little too much money. Because I guess that's a thing that happens. But yeah, no, I would throw that one out to you, and it's on Hulu, and give it a go. And it's not your thing in 30 minutes. You're out in 30 minutes,
Right?
You know, that's
well, I know that fast.
That's what you're looking for.
Or is it one of those where it's like, well, you got to watch the first 5 and then
it took me about 3.
I'll give 3. Okay, that's fine.
To go. Yeah, because the first is like, it's real world and it's mundane.
Right.
It's the dude.
Yeah,
and
never
then, like,
judge a show by his
like,
pilot.
Is like shit hits the fan,
Yeah.
and then the second one is like, why did shit hit the fan? And then the third one is like, all right, we're going in.
Right.
It's that kind of thing.
Okay.
Just to be straight up, because like I watched it and I was like, okay, this is kind of good. This is interesting. And then like once it got going, I was like, oh, okay, this is cool. And I like that. Like another thing, for example, like that it's like mundane. It's like they get there and it's like, they're like, oh, nobody's speaking our language. We don't know what the fuck anybody's saying. This is a huge fucking problem. Like we have to figure out how to translate. Like that's like the first thing. It's like, oh yeah, of course that would be a thing if you were being invaded by another country.
Right.
Like of course you wouldn't speak their language. You know, so I was like, oh, that's a cool little detail, because like, you know, shows don't usually do that. Like, all right, everybody's speaking American for some reason.
Because universal translators, at least, you know, Star Trek had that figured out somehow.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's actually a really cool wrinkle, that they don't understand their language right away, and even when they do, like sometimes there's fuck ups,
Right?
You know, and those can lead to wars, you know, and so it's like, oh, that's like a really real thing that would happen.
Oh, sure.
Even though we have tanks versus dragons.
There have been miscommunications over hand signals, over giving someone a thumbs up.
Absolutely.
Right.
Yeah. You know. So no, I'd recommend that for sure.
And the only other thing in entertainment lately that I've been dealing with is, obviously you're not a sports ball person.
Nope.
As he whips out his phone and goes, Nate's talking sports, so I'm gonna.
Yeah, I'm out.
I'm out. Yeah, like my local sports team is doing very well, and my non-local sports team that I follow religiously is doing very poorly. So.
Okay.
And and it's fucking up my fantasy football leagues.
Well, I'm sorry you're losing.
No, you're
your
not.
Fantasy football
No, you're not. You don't even care. Don't give me false platitudes.
Hey, no. I care a little bit about fantasy football because I watched the league.
Fuck.
Now there's a half-hour comedy show.
No. I watched one episode of that. I'm like, no, I'm done.
The first like 5 were really terrible.
Mm-hmm.
I will say it got way better after that.
Did it though?
Many seasons of yes.
Okay.
100%. Like it's the kind of thing where it reminds me of, and I don't know if you've ever seen it. It's possible you've seen it since it's still running. It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
Didn't watch it.
Okay. Well, the first season of Sunny is super terrible, mostly because they shot it all themselves. They'd never fucking acted before. It was just so
Which is probably
low
why I
fucking
didn't
budget.
keep.
And that's 100% the same thing with the first season
Okay.
of the league, which is only like 8 episodes. The first season.
That's, yeah.
They kind of find their groove at the end, and then season 2, suddenly they got like fucking famous football people that Jessica has to tell me who they are. They're like, oh my god, they got this person. And I was like, I don't know, looks like a fucking dude to me. You know, and they're worshiping him and all this sort of shit. You know, they're going to fucking crazy Vegas things. Like, they obviously got super popular.
All right, so we're gonna have to
First
do a
season.
0.5 episode where myself and your wife sit here and talk football.
You totally could. Sure, go for it. Like, the only thing I could tell you about football is I know Amazon has locked down Thursday Night Football.
Oh yeah, that was the other one.
Yeah.
So again, completely for you. On Friday night, Albert Pujols had the opportunity to hit his to join the 700 home run club in Major League Baseball. And
Oh yeah, cool.
yeah, the look
Cool,
on
cool,
Tim's
cool, cool,
face
cool,
is
cool. The whole time I was like, I don't know who the fuck Albert Pujols is.
right.
I don't know which sport we're
Albert
talking
Pujols has
about.
played for the
And I was
St.
like,
Louis
home
Cardinals,
run,
the Anaheim,
home
or sorry,
run
the
is
Los Angeles
baseball.
Angels of Anaheim, and the Dodgers for a season, and then went back to St. Louis.
I was
Only
like,
4 players in Major League Baseball history have hit over 700 home runs.
cool.
He hit them.
I know.
He hit 699 and 700 versus the Dodgers on Friday. And nobody saw it because the only way you could watch that game was on Apple TV Plus.
That was the thing I know. That's what I was trying to say. I was like, oh yeah, the baseball. The thing I know about that is that Friday nights is on Apple TV.
Yeah. So this.
And what do you mean nobody watched it? People have Apple TV. It's just the people of Apple TV probably don't fucking watch sports.
Bingo! And the people that watch sports probably don't have Apple TV Plus. And it was just such a fucking debacle. And it, like, Twitter blew up about it. And the only reason that people know that it happened or even saw play on it because social media was like, for all you people that don't have Apple TV Plus, here's the dinger that broke
Here's
it.
what happened. Speaking of things I only know about because it's related to technology, I know that people are pissed that for like the 3rd week in a row, NFL Sunday Night, which is on like direct stream or some shit like that, with direct TV or something. There's some exclusive thing happening.
Okay. I know Thursdays are on Prime.
They're supposed to stream. Yeah, I know that. I'm talking about a different thing, specifically with football. And I believe it was like some direct TV exclusive stream thing. You sign up for your Sunday ticket thing or whatever.
Okay.
But for like the 3rd week in a row, the stream was like shit and glitchy, and everybody was pissed about it.
If you're paying for this exclusive access, you better have a good stream.
You better have access. Yeah. Right. Isn't that the problem? Oh my lord. No, I was scrolling back through any of the things I watched. There hasn't actually been a ton of TV watching this week. Me and my wife are still watching *Halt and Catch Fire*, which I've seen a zillion times. I think I've talked about it. It's amazing.
Mm-hmm.
You love tech and drama, my God, that's the show for you. We're still watching *Resident Alien*. That's apparently season 2 didn't end, and it's continuing, so there's more stuff there. I started watching this.
Did you text the wife? What did we watch last week so I can talk on it on the show?
No, I'm looking at the list on my Apple device that shows me what the fuck I watched, because I watch things on an Apple TV. You know, the only thing I'm not going to tell you is whatever we watched on Netflix, because I can't remember. And B,
I can tell you what
Netflix
I watched on
doesn't
Netflix.
fucking integrate with anything.
You know what I watched on
Netflix is a
Netflix?
cunt.
My Little Pony.
Wait, which one?
All of them. The entire series. Because I have daughters.
I'm okay with that.
The one...
And if I have daughters, I will be okay with it then, because I've seen them and I don't have daughters.
And the one show that they wanted to watch of the entire series, apparently The Rainbow Road, is not available on Netflix.
Well, that sucks.
Yeah, especially when they're throwing things at your head, going, I want to watch this, because we watched it on Netflix last week.
Yeah, well, good luck with that.
Yeah.
No,
I love my
the only other
kids.
thing
I love my kids. I love my kids.
that's the thing. I love my wife. I love my wife. I love my kids. I love my kids. I love my job. I love my job. You know, you just repeat that back. No, I've been watching an animated series that is executive produced and stars Danny DeVito
Hey.
and his daughter called Little Demon. And Danny DeVito is Satan,
Mm-hmm.
classic, and his daughter is the Antichrist.
Lucy?
Yes, Lucy DeVito. And this,
I told you my story with her,
it's-
right?
no.
I sent her home in a taxi because she was way too drunk after an after party.
What? No,
Yeah.
all right. Well, now you got to tell the story. We'll use this as our bridge into life.
No, I think
Go.
I told that. Yeah. Because I live where I live.
Yep.
After party, Lucy DeVito and what's Sam Jackson's kid? His daughter.
I actually don't know Samuel L. Jackson's children.
But yeah, they got way too hammered at a party, and Lucy was trying to walk up the street and find her car, and I ended up, pulling her aside and called her a cab and said, "No, you're not going home in your car. Go home in a cab." Months later, at a performance where Lucy was headlining it, I actually met Danny, and he came up and he said, I was told you're the kid, you're the guy that sent my daughter home in the cab that night." I'm like, "Yeah, it was me. Thank you, I appreciate that." So
No fucking way. You have a goddamn Danny DeVito story?
Yeah.
God damn it.
Yep.
Gosh. I mean, Danny just seems like such like an actual person.
he is just smaller than
Like,
everyone
that's-
else.
Yeah. Just way smaller than
Yeah,
everybody else.
Lucy wasn't much taller than.
Yeah.
Well,
no,
when your breeding
because
when your breeding stock is Danny DeVito and Rhea Perlman, you're
ooh,
right.
Danny DeVito's listening to this podcast for some fucking reason. It's like, hey,
Am I wrong, Danny? Tell me I'm wrong. Okay.
All I'm saying, Danny, is Nate's views do not reflect the views of the executive member staff of the Fork in Your Ear podcast.
He's
and we'd love to
short.
have you
That's
on.
the view. The view is he's short.
Fucking shit.
Jeez.
All right, well,
I'm not
See,
commenting
I
on
would
his politics.
see, and Nate's not going to get this reference, kids, but I'm saying this up this for you. But Nate, would you like an egg in this trying time? Yeah, it's a Danny DeVito thing from
Okay.
Everything Sunny in Philadelphia. Oh man, that's good. That's good. But no, that's awesome to know that he's like he is who he
Yeah.
is, and even though he's a large in life persona, he's like a fucking guy
Mhm.
that gives a shit about his kids.
Most celebs are.
That's
Most
great.
celebs are, and that's what's lost in a lot of what people outside of this area, see. Like,
Oh, yeah.
again, like we were talking in the last episode, like I met Uhura,
Yeah.
and it was
Yeah,
just like
you mentioned that one.
people go, "Oh, what was that like?" I'm like, "I was just walking a dog, and I walked over and said, 'Hey, how's it going?' And she goes, 'Hey, how's the weather?' It's just bull crap because she was in her front yard. It wasn't there was no pretense. We were just neighbors. So
Yeah, no, I don't got that. I just got running into tech executives and billionaires
Yeah.
and maybe some video game studio people just because I'm the only fucking one who would know.
but yeah,
And
like,
of course Gabe Newell. Gabe Newell's literally fucking everywhere. It's ridiculous.
and again, it's the circumstance that you run into them by. Like, if you're going to a convention and you run into one of these people, it's a completely different pretext.
Sure.
But if you're literally standing out in front of their house because you happen to be walking by, different. If you happen to be sitting at a school performance where his daughter is the headliner, in high school, different context, right?
Sure. Very different. Anyway, I'm
So,
watching this show.
yeah.
Little Demon. I'm
I might have to
conflicted
watch
about
that.
it. I'm conflicted about it. Because on the one hand, the animation's really good. Like, it's got really solid animation.
Oh, it's animated?
And yes, it's animated.
Okay.
To be clear, it is a animated super fucking violent, raunchy cartoon.
Okay.
Because Danny DeVito's fucking Satan.
Mm-hmm.
So that should tell you everything you need to know. And his daughter is also playing his daughter in the show. And I think Aubrey Plaza is playing the mom.
Okay.
But they're not together. And Aubrey Plaza is like I don't know, like an anti-satanic, like Sarah Connor, basically. She's been trying to hide her daughter from Satan this whole time. And it's finally caught up to her. And of course, Danny DeVito's character looks like just like a normal ass fucking like human man.
Mm-hmm.
Arnold Schwarzenegger's in it too, by the way.
That's hilarious.
He plays a character who looks like Danny DeVito.
Straight out of Twins, huh?
Yeah, it was hilarious. It was great. But like I said, I'm conflicted because I feel like the show could be fucking great, but it has that little bit of like they haven't quite found their groove yet.
Mm-hmm.
First season jitters, but and unfortunately the jitters is trying too hard in the trying to be funny and trying to be raunchy department, you know. So like a lot of stuff is a little bit like, okay, this joke's gone on too long or whatever. But in between stuff, it's pretty dang good. It's pretty dang well produced. It's well animated, well voice acted, all that stuff. And it's like, man, I feel like with a little bit more polish or, a season 2, this could be a really good show. But it's not quite there yet. And so like I'll watch a show. It's on every Friday, I think. It's on Hulu.
It's from the creator of Rick and Morty. No wonder you love it.
I didn't say I love it. I'm saying I'm on the fence and it needs another thing.
You're trying to slowly back me into Rick and Morty, aren't you?
I mean, it would be great. Would be great if you could get over yourself. Maybe you need to play High on Life on Game Pass and get over the voices. And whenever that comes out,
maybe you should start watching sports, and we could talk about that too.
I mean, am I about to make a deal with the devil here because we're talking about Danny DeVito being the devil? Is this what's happening? So what's funny is I made a deal with Brock because he didn't want to watch Rick and Morty either because he hated the voices, but he wanted me to watch BoJack Horseman.
That's just as bad.
And I was like,
the animation on that,
it's terrible.
Yeah,
voice acting is superb.
The animation,
and the writing is actually
the same reason
amazing.
I can't watch Bob's Burgers.
Yeah, I've never given Bob's a shot. Like that's not. We'll see. But no, I made a deal with Brock, and I was like, all right, I'll watch BoJack Horseman if you watch Rick and Morty. And I was glad I made that deal because BoJack Horseman has legitimately some of the best introspective, honest writing I've seen in any TV show. But you got to get through a lot of shit to get to the good stuff in that show. That's what I'll say about BoJack. Yeah, Little Demon. Should move over to life.
The storyline: after being impregnated by the devil, a reluctant mother and her Antichrist daughter attempt to live an ordinary life in Delaware.
Yep, that's it.
Okay.
Yep, good old Satan Danny DeVito.
Yeah. So life. Since we're down to life.
Yeah, life, man. Still, everything's still shit, huh?
And then some.
I assume.
And then some.
I'm just gonna start assuming it.
Oh no, I got a text message from the boss the other day that said, so we're thinking about
start really unwinding.
Yeah, we're thinking about extending the night shift until the end of the year.
Oh Christ!
Oh yeah,
into Christmas.
Yeah,
not the children.
Oh, the children. Ein Minuten bitte. Ow.
I don't know what that means. Nobody knows what nudibitten means. He just walked off randomly. I'm trying to take my fucking tie off. I'm failing. Miserably.
This shit needs another crisp apple.
Much better. Realize we're live.
Oi!
I was telling our audience.
So the no people watching live just got a big old crotch shot.
Oh, was there terms of service
Oh, no,
violations?
of course not.
Okay. Well, I mean, hey, I gotta check. Nobody knows what Newton bitten means. As you like just get up and walk away.
Ein Minuten bitte?
I don't know what that means.
1 minute, please. Or one moment,
well,
please.
I don't remember what we were saying. Nobody has universal translators. Okay.
No, this needed a refresh on my crisp apple.
Okay. All right,
So yeah,
ties off.
work said, "Hey, we want to extend this from the my October 14th deadline is coming up," and they said we're going to Are you stripping as we're talking?
I am taking off articles of clothes. Yes, but I'm not.
Do I need to
breaking the
churn?
terms of service. No. I'm gonna have a little camera. I just fucking knock it off. Something.
Texts me and says, what would you say if we wanted to extend this to the end of the year? And I'm like, I need to run this by the wife first. And he's,
That was your first response. You should have said fuck no.
Well, no, it's an extra $1.50 an hour.
Right, which means a shit ton in the land of soaking you for everything.
Yeah, it's financially lucrative for me to stay on that. Plus, it's not only $1.50 an hour, it's also an extra hour every day. So I get paid for 9 hours for working 8 or less. Okay. On top of getting an extra, it's a bump. It's a nice little extra bit in pay. Yeah. And it's usually pretty easy sledding, other than being at shitty hours. He says, yeah, go ahead and talk it over with your wife. So I pulled the wife aside and said, so they want to possibly extend this to the end of the year. And she goes, said, so that's a no. That was the only response I needed. She goes, are you sure that this, does it make sense to do it? I'm like, no, it doesn't. Like, if that's the first response from you, then I'll go back to normal days.
Okay.
So yeah, we had that. So then there was, of course, the debate and the negotiation with the company. So as it sits now, I come off my graveyard shifts on October 14th. I go back to normal.
Well, at least it wasn't the 13th, right?
That would have been a Sunday.
Right. But 13th is haunted in October.
No, 31st. That's Halloween.
No. The 13th in October is haunted.
Is it? Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a total huge superstition thing.
Okay, never knew that.
Yeah.
But so
100%.
October 14th, and then the provision is if we still need night shift for the rest of the year, I might go on after Thanksgiving. So for basically the 3 weeks between Thanksgiving and our Christmas drop off.
Okay.
So yeah, that's where that sits. But yeah, that caused a big old stink in the house, and
fun times.
Things are already kind of fucking shitty enough as it is around here. We're I don't know, we're just floundering. Like, we're running my wife loves to keep overdrawing her account. I think we had that discussion off air at one point in time.
Well, you just said it live.
Right.
So
No, but like previous conversations, I don't know that we ever discussed it on the show.
I don't think so. Sounds like you're gonna.
Well, no, I think we have discussed this previously off air, not on air. We're discussing it on air now. Like, she loves to keep overdrawing the account because of being a teacher. She only gets paid 11 months out of the year.
Right. Right.
So that 1 month comes with some weird budgeting issues, and shit went sideways, and next thing I know, it's like, oh yeah, the account's overdrawn $5. Cool, let me cover that. Oh, the account's overdrawn $25. Okay, let me cover that. And all the other things that auto payments and everything that come out of your account. And next thing I know, it was just like, oh, it's overdrawn $100, $200, $300. And I'm like, okay, I'm done covering this.
No, that's too much.
Yeah.
That's too much. See, I'm thankful that I'm the bad one with money.
Oh, we've known this. We've known this.
Not, oh, thanks. Like, yeah, she's trying to get her CPA and all that sort of shit and whatnot. And my business partner, Brock, is definitely better at it than I am, which is why he runs that hat in our business. Like, I'm not like completely terrible at it. Like, I'm just not the best.
Sure.
In this household.
Yeah.
At the money.
You make a lot of it. You, much like my wife, make a lot of impulse purchases. Not impulse purchases per se, but good deals at the time that probably aren't the.
I'd make a lot of
that aren't the best time to do them, right? Like, I remember you recently bought hard drives.
Oh,
right?
Yeah, with the PS5.
And that was a fucking bitchin' deal. Like, no one faults you for.
It's still going on now, though, so that's why it's like, oh, was it though?
Right.
Was it really a good deal?
Exactly, and that's the thing. It's like, I get, it's like, oh, hey, the account's overdrawn, and an Amazon package showed up at my front door, and I look and I go, honey, why are these packages showing up when your account is nearly empty? And she goes, but it was 75% off, and I'm like, $50 is still $50.
Yeah. Okay.
Right.
Yeah. Well, it sounds to me. Let's take the advice from the host who's bad at money. That your wife loves or is obsessed with things.
Oh, retail therapy is a thing. Yeah.
Okay.
And that's something that we need to work on, because that's like, we've cascaded down to a point of like an entire paycheck needs to go to cover bad decisions.
But like, was she like always that way, or like what?
Yes and no. And again, it wasn't an issue when and again, she's had her money, I have my money, we have a joint account pays for the bills.
Right.
For this reason.
But she's dipping into the joint because it's low, or no?
Yes.
Yeah, see, that's
right. Which is why I've never gone all in on a joint account.
Well, and it's funny because me and Jessica have talked about having a joint account many, many, many times.
Joint account is fine. Solo only as the only option, bad.
Yeah. Well, and it's like,
especially for you, because
sure. But like, it's funny, we brought it up again recently, and I think many months ago we were talking about it for like, all right, well, we'll have a joint account. That'll be like the baby started as a savings for the baby. Right, that seems like a decent idea. We'll just put whatever per paycheck in there, start saving for it, right? And I think like a couple of weeks ago, I asked her about it again. I was like, are we still gonna do that? And like, it's so funny because Jessica accuses me of this all the time, and like, I feel very firmly I have the ability to say something very definitively, and then a few weeks change my mind, right? And Jessica's not really that way. So when she said recently, she was like, no, we shouldn't have a fucking joint account. Like, fuck that. Or whatever. And I was like, oh, that was very definitive. Okay, then. Because that's not what you've been telling me for like years.
Right.
Or whatever. So that's fine, I guess. And if you're listening to this podcast 4 hours into a podcast like you were that one fucking week, Jessica, right now, folding laundry on our floor, checking me before I wreck myself, know that if I'm in the room, I'm giving you a very weird look. It's probably not dirty. It's probably suspicious. I said that because I think I texted you. I was like, Nate, what do I do? She's on the floor listening to the podcast.
Oh yeah, I remember that. No, in as far as the whole joint finances are concerned, I always found it like you calculate your outgo, your household outgo, your whatever, your mortgage, your rent, or whatever, utilities, cable, cell phone, all the things that you're pulling in together. You find out what that number is, give or take, right? And you have a joint account set up to pay those bills, and each person contributes. You know, if the total outgo is $5,000, each person contributes $2,500 or whatever you work out ahead of time. You communicate and go,
Sure.
hey, I work more. I'm going to put in 3. You put in 2, or vice versa. Right? You communicate that out. You pay the bills out of that. That's what that joint account should be for, and everyone else should. This, again, my opinion. And then what's left over is yours and hers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I don't know. Like,
you know, in your case, you said, you know, the saving for baby fund. So you add that on. So if again, your joint account is $5,000, it's now 6.
Sure. You know, like, I don't know. Like, I just, I know a problem somewhat recently because Jessica's freaking out about it because we have our big, huge, her whole family plus me, Disneyland vacation coming up the end of November. And like we'd agreed way a long time ago, that our goal was like, we're gonna save $2,500 each or whatever, or maybe it was like 1,500. The total was 2,000. I don't know, fucking.
Right.
But anyway, I made that. I made that in May or whatever. I was like, all right, I'm set, done with that. It's in a fucking saving account. I'm not gonna touch it till I need to go move it over so I can actually use it.
Right.
Or whatever. And she'd been working like a lot of like overtime and whatnot and stuff like all over the place. And I thought for that purpose. And then, you know, we were talking about it recently and she's like, well, you know, like I had all these teeth things come up and they weren't really on the budget for like getting my tooth care because we're past you know, stuff that I've used for my insurance. And this came up and I forgot about this bill and this sort of stuff. And she's like, I have like $50. And I was like, you know, you're stressing out like crazy at work and you're not doing the thing that is like important to you, which is the saving for the Disneyland thing because it's a really big fucking big deal for her. And I'm like, you know, maybe don't kill yourself. We have this money, which I have saved. We are a married couple. We can just use that and hopefully not blow it all or go over.
Right.
You know? Because, like, I don't know. I don't fucking have any fucking concept of what Disneyland costs these days. I fucking zero idea. Last time I was there, I was 5.
Right.
Okay? Like
it's gotten significantly more expensive since then.
I'm sure. Like the only thing I know factually is that the lightsabers are like $500. You know, and I know she's gonna want one. She says she doesn't. I was like, bitch, I know you. You're gonna want a lightsaber. You know, and I don't have to have that because I already have one.
Right.
Because Buddy got me one when it first opened, which was a nice surprise.
I don't have one.
Well, but you know what you do have?
What? Disneyland in my backyard?
No, an SD card reader.
Wow.
Does the Fork fam actually know that? I don't think we've talked about it on the
No,
show.
we
I
have.
think it's always
Yeah.
been complete. Have
I
we?
think we did.
Did we
I
talk
think we
about
did.
this?
I think we covered it. But if we didn't, for
We'll
whatever reason, because
we'll recap.
yeah,
We'll
we'll
recap.
recap.
Basically, Nate's card reader sucked. He had a good one. Doesn't know where it is.
Mm.
Zero clue. Looked for it.
I had
Gave up.
apparently I had
He's
a
like, I have no
decent
idea.
one.
Yeah, it was the decent one you lost, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was the only one I had. I thought it was good. It was decent because the one that Tim bought me, so that I could transfer the tracks from the episodes to my
Yep.
computer to send them to him. Holy crap, that thing is fast.
Yeah, it's very
Yeah.
fast. It's awesome.
Extremely fast.
See, this folks is a prime example.
It's not a fucking lightsaber though, dude.
I know it's not a fucking lightsaber. maybe that's the name of the episode. It's not a fucking lightsaber, dude.
An SD card is not a lightsaber. Yes.
An SD card is not a lightsaber. In my defense, like I was trying to solve two problems. Number one, my boy Nate's out here. He puts in a lot of work on this show that nobody sees. It's still time.
Yes. I'm just the talent
that you are using to assist my idiotic endeavor.
This is now our idiotic endeavor.
And now number two, not only did his equipment fail and or go missing, but what you guys definitely don't see recorded is generally I stay up and I keep Nate company while his SD card thing transfers. And it'd be like a fucking hour and a half later. It'd be like 3:30, and this motherfucker is working nights, so he's fine and dandy, probably ready to have a sandwich or some shit. And I'm just like, I am going to die. Are they transferred yet? So that we can complete our cycle of podcast production. So Nate got a shiny new useful utility.
Yes.
I got to go to sleep a little earlier.
So what Tim's trying to tell you is, as much as he loves me, he's still selfish.
I don't think that was ever in doubt. I don't think that was ever in doubt.
So Disneyland. So life stories.
I mean, I don't have anything to say about it because we're going there.
Okay. Oh, cool.
And I just said the thing I was going to say about it. So, but I did just come back from a wedding.
Yes. Which you're no longer wearing the tie for.
Yeah, it's in the background. Points to it off camera. So I got to say one thing because I've been holding this so that it would remind me. So belts. I don't know why, but every fucking time, and so to be clear, I wear belts all the fucking time. Like this is not a new concept. It's a fucking belt.
Mm-hmm.
Every fucking time, for some reason, at this wedding, I went to, you can see the belt here. It's a basic ass hoop belt with the little finger and stuff. But every fucking time, I took the belt off to go, use it.
Mm-hmm.
And I would go to put it back in. And I don't look at belts. I'm fucking, we're over the hump heading towards 40 here. Like, I know how to use a fucking belt. But every fucking time, I would put the belt in like the fucking Apple Watch clasp in the reverse under the thing, thinking it was the Apple Watch clasp. And I'd be like, why the fucking shit is this belt not working?
It's not the belt, dude.
And I went, and every time I would go, it's a belt, not an Apple Watch clasp. And I did it 3 fucking times today. And I'm like, what in the fuck is going on here? Anyway, that's a belt thing. But no, I went to friend of mine a wedding, um, a quick 2-hour jaunt north from here. I say that facetiously. But no, I went to a friend of mine's wedding, and it was lovely and beautiful and strangely nostalgic because, like, I haven't been to a wedding since I was married, and there was like a ton of people that I used to know or in circles with and stuff.
Mhm.
And so there's a lot of like, oh, hey, it's been a long time. And then they'd be like, yeah, it's been like a decade. And I'm like, has it?
Oh shit,
And
it
then they're
has.
like,
Yeah.
and I was like, yeah, I guess it has been a decade. And so there's a lot of that, and then a lot of also like, who's this person that's like next to you? I was like, oh yeah, that's my wife, Jessica. And they're like, what the actual fuck?
Right.
Was the general reaction. Because I have a stored history of being at everyone's wedding and being single
Mhm.
and going stag and catching the goddamn garter or the fucking flowers or whatever. So it was interesting, and it's funny. Like, the thought never occurred to me that, like, I remember having this history, but like, after meeting Jess and stuff, like, I just kind of forgot about that garbage single shit
Mhm.
that you hang on to when you're single. And so it was a really strange, like, just like going around and like everybody's like, what?
Oh yeah.
You
Like
know?
I'm the last of my friends to ever get married. Like I got married at 40. So most of my friends had already
Mm,
been married, divorced, remarried.
yeah.
I've been to some of their kids' weddings. Right.
Oof. Yo. I'm just gonna tell you right now, that's not a good look.
Right.
Like, that's not a good look, man. Yeah, so it was interesting having that reaction. One of my good buddies, who is friends with the bride, um, and to be clear, the bride is my friend
Mhm.
as well. Didn't It was first time meeting her soon to be husband,
Oh, okay.
which was really
You were
nice.
brideside. Gotcha.
Yeah, I was brideside, which has happened a lot for me. It's fine, whatever.
Same.
But it was super funny because, like, I didn't know that one of my old friends was officiating, and it was funny because he is basically bestie bros with one of my other friends who unfortunately couldn't make it to the wedding because he lives down in San Francisco.
Mhm.
And so he was there on Zoom. Like, they'd set up a Zoom thing for him on a chair behind everybody. And so the guy who was officiating had everybody stand, but then forgot to tell people to sit down for like the whole wedding ceremony, which thankfully wasn't very long. But the whole time I'm thinking, because I know that the officiation guy is
Officiant,
like
yeah.
super tight with my friend who's also back in San Francisco trying to watch on Zoom, who literally can't see a fucking thing because everybody's standing, and he didn't tell anybody to sit down. And I'm watching the wedding and I'm like, oh, like, I'm so happy for my friend and this is great and stuff. But in the back of my head, it's like, oh man, my buddy Ian is getting fucking screwed right now by his boy who's officiating.
Should have come up.
Yeah, I talked to him earlier. Like, he was super said a fucked situation. He didn't want to get into it.
Yeah.
It's so funny because after I was talking to the officiant guy, and I was like, "Yo, at what point did you realize you didn't tell people to sit down, and you were totally fucking our boy, our mutual boy, sitting on the Zoom call?" And he's like, it crossed my mind towards the end of the ceremony, and fuck. And I was like, yeah, man. Way to screw up.
He got to hear it. It's all that matters.
Hopefully,
right?
maybe. It's hard to say because that Zoom call laptop was pretty far in the back.
Yeah, the last wedding I went to, I spent more time talking in the back row with like 3 of the friends of the bride that I haven't seen in forever because we
Yeah.
all moved away, and the only reason we're all back in town was for the bride.
Sure.
So
Yeah. But no, it's a lovely wedding and good quick ceremony. Didn't get to dancing fast enough. I was looking forward to that because the bride had me and Jessica's song queued up in her dance playlist. But Jessica had alcohol, and she hasn't had that in like a fucking 2 years. So she had an Angry Orchard and half a Chardonnay, and was like, "I am ready to go home."
yeah, I saw that text. I'm like, uh-oh. When I saw wife is ready to leave early, I'm going, what fucking trouble did you get into?
Oh no, there was no trouble.
Okay.
I suppose there could have been, but no, because like the other nugget to this story is the woman who got married. My friend was a girl that I had pursued at one point in time in my illustrious career, and obviously failed.
Obviously.
So like that was the thing, but it's fine. We're way better friends than had that ever gone anywhere, but it didn't.
Oh,
which is fine.
Said wedding that I went to last was my ex-girlfriend, so.
Oh, well, I mean,
I get there. Yeah,
she
I get that.
never became my girlfriend, but I pursued her doggedly for like a year.
Yeah.
Like there's a whole story of me dressing up in a bunny Yeti costume. It's a whole thing. Not even a joke. It's a bunny Yeti costume. Yeah, it's a thing. Did you want me to tell it?
No.
Okay. All right. I've told it on the show before, so you can fucking go in the backlogs
yeah.
of that shit. Because this show's gone so long, that's probably when it occurred. So you could hear a much more real version of what happened than whatever the fuck I remember. Yeah, no, it was good. What was also good, but then later bad, was and I didn't think about it before I went, which was dumb, was like we sat down to dinner and I was like, oh yeah, is there food Tim can eat who's allergic to everything?
Right.
And we were like looking at the food, and like Jessica's like looking at it because she's really good and figuring out what's in food stuff because she's really good at that stuff. She's like, I think the salmon's safe. And I was like, okay, we'll go for the salmon.
The salmon's never safe.
So number one, that salmon was fucking dope. That was some good ass salmon. Jessica figured with her chef's palate that it was like a buttered mango blueberry tropical fruit salad.
Yeah, you get a lot of
glaze on that shit.
I think we had something similar for our fish at our wedding. Was a mango salsa on salmon.
Yeah, it had a little oh fuck, what's the green thing that is in everything that's Hispanic food?
Cilantro?
Fuck. Yeah, cilantro. That's the one. Little sprigs of cilantro in there. But it was really good. It slapped. And upon finishing the salmon, I thought to myself, man, that was a fucking dope salmon. And then my alarm bell went, Tim, if it's dope and it's tasty, we're in danger. And I went, fuck.
God damn it. Yeah.
And then sure enough,
I'm in danger.
Yeah. It was a step before that. It was, I think we're in danger. And then, a couple trips to the bathroom, about 45 minutes after that, it was, I'm in danger. Fuck. That was a good time and continued to be a good time all the way home. So that was the thing. Luckily, though, since we started the podcast, only one danger time has occurred. So that's not too bad. That's not too bad. But yeah, no, it was a good wedding. It was just weird. Like I said, it was a different. I had never been to a wedding, not stag, and I'd never been to a wedding, not being the ludicrous single guy who would fucking steamroll anyone
Right.
in my way to grab the garter or the flowers.
Not being a wedding crasher.
Well, because like the other thing too was like back in my like super lonely single days, like it was like, all right, you gotta catch the thing, I gotta build that good luck for the thing. And then before I knew it, I had like 16 of them fucking things. And I was like, this is a high number. I went on Reddit. It's a high number. And then it was just kind of, and then after that, it was like, well, I guess this is my thing. And I'm just going to fucking collect these like a fucking serial killer. Right. You know? So yeah, it was weird. And I hadn't given any thought to, you know, the people that were familiar with me were just like, oh, this person is married. He's running a business now.
Right.
And he's not like he was before.
I remember
how interesting
that one stage was like all the single ladies on the floor, and it's like, okay,
sure.
You know, and the same thing, and then all the single guys come out to the floor, and I'm like, oh wait, that's not me anymore.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, it was weird. Yeah, it was weird in a good way, because like I was even talking about it with Jessica on the ride home, and I was just like, yeah, I didn't like. It was an experience that I had not ever thought about or prepared for, which is ironic in retrospect, given my history, you know? So yeah, that was my life shit that was happening as my voice goes out and drops.
Right. I think it's a good time to wrap it up at the 4 hour and 30 mark.
Yeah, sure. Whatever yours says. You don't want to know what mine says.
It's probably closer to 5 because I remember you caught the.
It's quite a bit closer to 5. Yeah, that's for sure. All right. Well, everyone, thanks for joining us for the first live.
All things considered, I think it went pretty well.
Sure. Yeah.
With the empty chat, but no tech issues. I've actually threw it on my mobile to see how it would play with my mobile connection, and it doesn't because my stream bandwidth too buku for
your stream bandwidth too buku.
Too buku, yeah. I've.
You want to translate that?
I have big dick bandwidth, which doesn't equate to
buku.
Yes.
It's good. My bad.
Yes.
I don't know why I thought that was like a negative pejorative.
No.
Okay. Fair enough. Well, anyways, folks, thanks for joining to the first ever episode of the Fork in Your Ear podcast. Recorded. I mean, for us, it's always live.
Right.
But for the first time ever, broadcast live. And you can check out the VOD of that over at Dynamicworksproductions.com. Probably follow the link to
twitch.tv/Tim_KA_Trotter.
Yep, that also works too. And it will be posted on the Discord, Fork Family Discord, which you can check out by following a link either on the website or through the Twitters.
You can see all of our wonderful faces the entire time that we're doing this. And he can't edit that out.
It's true. I cannot edit that yay out. And for those listening at home, he pressed his goddamn fucking soundboard button. You know, I was actually thinking the other day on the soundboard, and I was like, I bet you somebody makes an app, because I wanted to make my own soundboard.
Oh, plenty of them. Yeah.
Specific sounds that I find humorous.
I can load 16 at the push of a button here. So
yeah, of course you can. Well, Nate the Great with the text setup from the goddess called Duplo that holds his computer together. I'm your host as always, author, podcaster, gamer,
Streamer.
podcast streamer, I guess now. Tim K. Trotter signing off. Get forked, and remember, kids, an SD card reader is not a fucking lightsaber. All right, we out? We out.
We're almost out.
We're still live. Cut the feed. Press the stream. There you go.
Thank you for listening to a Dynamic Works production podcast. You can find our podcast at www.dynamicworksproductions.com. Feel free to email us at dynamicworks@mac.com.
Armado, the voice of Guybrush Threepwood, and you're listening to a Dynamic Works production podcast.
The Citadel, Arrival, is the first installment in a series of epic science fiction short stories reminiscent of the Pulp Fiction style. It's a fast-paced story that will take you through twists and turns that you will not expect, until they are thrust upon you with all the force, excitement, and chaos of a plasma cannon blast. The story follows Katarl, a nobody cog in the working wheels of a futuristic society run completely by Megacorp, a corporation that carefully runs and manages the lives of the people living under its sphere of power. On one of Katarl's few and far between days off from work, an outing he had hoped would be fun and relaxing turns into an explosive adventure that drags him kicking and screaming into situations and challenges that will make him question every aspect of his life. Watch this colorful tapestry unfurl as Katarl and his newfound allies find their way through this classic, yet oddly surprising tale of good and evil, where nothing is quite what it appears to be. That's The Citadel, Arrival, by author Tim K. Trotter, available right now on Amazon Kindle Store and iTunes iBookstore for only $2.99.
I'm now recording.
Channel.
We now have outtakes.
Cool. All right. I'm going to buff this to the Discord since I'm sure it won't auto do this. Unlike when I go live elsewhere.
Hey, you went live. I know, because I'm fucking broadcasting it. Thank you. This will be your highest production quality stream yet.
Thanks.
All right, I'm going to go burn one and do a bio.
Okay.
Almost ready.
Okay.
No audio is going to stream at the moment, so we're good.
I know, because you're starting soon. I corrected the...
What?
I corrected that it said it was showing recompile and Xbox and stuff the last thing I streamed.
Oh, yeah. Good idea.
Got it.
Burp.
Got it. Yep. Because when I looked at it, I was like, well, I'm not playing recompile. Better.
There we go.
1000% better. Let's listen to the audio outtakes because this is all good. Nate just showed back up on camera.
Oh,
we already described his black.
They will see us.
Shirt.
Yeah.
And he just threw on some tie. That
I threw on HI. How's the audio on my end? Am I not overdriven?
You sound fantastic.
Okay.
Tonight.
Cool.
If I do say so myself.
Cool.
Not hearing anything that would catch my ear as, well, we're gonna have to gain the fuck out of Nate today.
Yeah. Yeah. After the last one, it was a little rough on the ears.
It was a little rough on the ears.
All right. So how do we want to do this cut in? Do we want to cut in and then do the scroll?
The scroll.
Yes, until we go live on audio or on video.
When you say scroll, what?
Oh,
what are
I've
you
got
referring to?
a little old timey video countdown.
Oh,
Yeah, the old
that's
3, 2,
cute.
1. Yeah, isn't it cute?
that sounds good to me. I
All
like
right.
that idea.
All
Hell
right.
yeah.
But yeah.
You know, I figure, I came from a wedding. I'm basically dressed like that dude from Mad Money. So,
I have
All I
a.
need
You
to-
know what's funny
all I
is I
need
have
is
a.
a
I have
table
a
and be like,
shirt
"Get
that's the
rid of
color. I have a
this."
shirt that's the color of that tie.
Oh, well, that's cool. I appreciate
Yeah,
that.
no, not really.
Oh,
That was an
Well.
interesting wedding.
okay then.
All right. Well, ready to do this?
So you're gonna do the thing, and then we're doing 3, 2 cut in, or we're doing 3, 2 cut in, and then the scrolls.
Hold on. Let me get the Discord up
Clear.
just so I have it.
Yeah, I got
Ready.
everything up on my end. We're sitting pretty
Okay,
at
cool. That's not
27 CPU,
on 20.
27% CPU usage,
Well, yeah, you should be using
50%
nothing.
memory usage.
You should
but,
be using nothing because I'm doing all the streaming.
Well, true,
Get over here.
but
Get over
you-
here.
You also have the internet for that. I'm
That
good
I
at
do.
receiving, uploading.
General Talkie Talk. Did you announce?
I did it in our announcement
Thank you.
thing. Yeah, we're good.
Oh, okay. Just seeing your message to Mr. Sean Mason.
Mm-hmm. Who will get lovely shout outs because he is lovely.
Cool. All right, let's get our audio marker in here.
Okay, so we're doing our audio marker, then the scroll.
Correct.
All right. You ready?
Yep.
In 3, 2,
2, 1.
1.
Cut in. Roll intro.
Okay.
I don't know if you have the stream up on your end.
I do.
Okay.
I wonder if ours will be out of sync.
And there's dogs barking.
Oh, yeah.
And there's dogs barking.
Oh, yeah.
And there's dogs barking.
Our things are inverted. Yeah, it's
And
fine.
there's. Oh yes, this is the way I see it every week.
Oh, do you see inverted?
Well, no. I'm the primary, so I'm on the left side. So I'm assuming.
Right. But I mean, do you view it as inverted on your computer?
I don't understand.
So I'm looking at you.
Yes.
You and I are both correct, uninverted. Whereas in the stream, your text is inverted, isn't it?
Oh, okay. Yes. Yeah, gotcha.
I feel like this was the very first problem I had when I started streaming. And you're like, you need to click this. And I was
Yes,
like, oh, gee, thanks, Nate.
you are correct. Do you want to? I could use a quick stretch if we could do one.
You got to do a stretch?
Yeah.
Okay, go do a stretch.
Okay.
Stretch away. Stretching. Don't forget that you're live.
I know.
Or do you want me to vamp?
No. I was gonna put a be right back screen and give you a chance.
Oh, you're going to put a be right back?
Yeah.
Right? I'm surprisingly okay, despite the fact that I'm dying.
A little dead on the inside. All right. 3, 2, 1.
Oh, yeah. In 3, 2, 1.
Cut out. Okay. Yep. We're on break screen on stream. Be right back.
Cool. Doing great with that lively chat room.
Yeah. Hey, whatever. You could VOD it later. Hello? Bueller. Oh, hello, sir. Oh, you can't hear me. All right. I see you reloaded.
What?
I said I see you've reloaded.
Yeah, I reloaded.
Okay.
I decided to do a bio break too, even though it wasn't gonna.
All right. Cut back in.
Yeah.
All right. And 3, 2,
2,
1.
1.
Cut in.
Cut in.